Shall we be upstanding? Please be ready for the national anthem.
Stand and sing, O Zambia, proud and free, land of wake and joy in unity. Victors in the struggle for their rights, we've won freedom's fight. All one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by God today. Let us call our people, join as one, brothers under the sun, all one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace need Zambia's sky. Like a noble eagle in its flight, Zambia, praise to thee. Oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God. Praise be, bless our great nation. Zambia, Zambia. Free men we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh one, strong and free.
Joyce Banda, please come and give us the opening prayer.
Shall we pray? Our kind dear and loving Father, we just want to say thank you for this great opportunity that you've given unto us. Lord, we thank you that we are upon this place. We pray that as we're about to start our program, may you be with us. It is in Jesus' mighty name I commit each and every activity that is going to happen into your holy hands. Through the Son Jesus Christ I've prayed. Amen.
Thank you very much. You may all be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to be here as your host today as we begin the 2025 Zambia Anti-Corruption Conference, this one being for the youth, as we have seen that there's plenty of youth in here. So as the master of ceremony today, it is an expectation of everyone in here that we will have a youthful exuberance and energy in everything that we do, in all the presentations that we make, and in everything that you and I partake in today. The theme for this year's Zambia Anti-Corruption Conference is Collaborative Actions for Integrity and Transparency in Elections. I'll repeat that. The theme for this year is Collaborative Actions for Integrity and Transparency in Elections. Can I then hear this with everyone in here? The theme for this year is So remember how I said I need to hear youthful exuberance in everything that we do today? I don't think that was very youthful, was it? Was it? Let's do it again. The theme for this year is... Fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll move right on into the opening remarks. These opening remarks will be given to us by Mr. Maurice Kenyambe, who is the Executive Director for Transparency International Zambia. A round of applause for him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, young people. Okay. I also want to hear the youthful exuberance that the MC was talking about. Are we going to have that? Is it a deal? Okay, good. Allow me to begin by making a few salutations. I recognize the presence of the Director General of the Anti-Corruption Commission, Madam Daphne Chawu. I also recognize the presence of the Country Director of the Chandler Foundation in Zambia, Mr. Ruben Lifuka. Allow me to also acknowledge the presence of Ms. Janet Mundando, who is one of our board members at TIZ. Senior government officials that may be present with us today, representatives of civil society and development partners, delegates from the Anti-Corruption Commission, as well as at TIZ, partners from the Alliance for Accountability Advocates Zambia, as well as the Chandler Foundation, youth leaders, students, participants, members of the press, let me just say ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. It is a great honor for me on behalf of Transparency International Zambia to welcome you all to this year's Zambia Anti-Corruption Youth Conference. Seeing this room filled with young people gives me a lot of hope. It gives me a lot of hope because the fight against corruption, as well as the future of our democracy, cannot be separated from the energy, the voice, and the leadership of Zambia's youth. The theme for this year's Zambia Anti-Corruption Conference, as we have heard, is collaborative actions for integrity and transparency in elections. And this could not have come at a more important or opportune moment. As we approach the 2026 general elections, we are reminded that the quality of our elections determines the quality of our leadership and ultimately the quality of our national development. When we speak about corruption, electoral integrity, or transparent governance, we are also talking about the future of you, our young people. Your opportunities, your freedoms, and your hope for a fair society where merit and not bribery or connections determines your path. I thought I would get a big amen there. Young people make up more than half of our population, as many of us already know, which means that you are not simply the leaders of tomorrow, you are already leaders today. Leadership is not only about holding office, wearing a title, or indeed being elected. Leadership is reflected even in the small decisions that you make on a day-to-day basis, okay? Such as refusing a bribe, demanding accountability from those in authority, choosing peace instead of violence, calling out wrongdoing, even when it's uncomfortable, and registering to vote because your voice matters. These choices all shape the Zambia that we will all inherit, or the Zambia that we want to inherit. Because of this, we must be clear about the challenges that are facing our country today. Corruption remains a barrier to progress. It is the reason why some graduates cannot find jobs. It is the reason why hospitals lack medicines. It's the reason why communities remain without water, public funds go missing, and why our electoral processes still face questions of credibility and transparency. Now, these problems seem very technical, but they affect your daily lives, even as young Zambians. This is why your engagement in today's conference is so critical, because you are and you should be part of the solution to these challenges. This year's theme places great emphasis on collaboration because the fight against corruption is not something that any single institution or entity can win just on its own. It requires the Anti-Corruption Commission to enforce the law very boldly and fairly. It requires the Electoral Commission of Zambia to run transparent, inclusive, and credible elections. And it requires schools and universities, which you represent, to instill values of ethics. But it also requires civil society organizations like TIZ and the AAAZ to monitor public systems as well as amplify the voices of our young people. It requires influencers and creatives to shape positive reforms, and to you, the youth, to commit to integrity in your everyday lives. When these pieces all come together, then our governance structures become stronger than the individual actors that make them up. As we move towards 2026, young people must play a very active role in safeguarding electoral integrity. This means promoting peaceful participation, rejecting political violence in all its forms, demanding issue-based political debates, scrutinizing political party financing, combating online misinformation, and ensuring that your peers are informed and registered to vote. We must emphasize that political violence, whether perpetrated by ruling party supporters or opposition supporters, has no place in Zambia. Violence weakens democracy, it shrinks the civic space that you, our young people, need to engage and to be able to thrive. As I begin to go towards concluding, at TIZ we have seen firsthand what young people can achieve when they are given the platform and the opportunity. Through our anti-corruption clubs, youth governance labs, debates, and community monitoring activities, we have watched young Zambians challenge the status quo with courage and intelligence. We have seen students expose mismanagement of public resources through scorecards. We've seen young leaders demand transparency in the use of CDF, and whistleblowers using our legal advice mechanisms to report wrongdoing. You have the potential not just to influence the system, but to actually transform it. Today's program, which is based on the Chandler Foundation's Character is Destiny module, is designed to build a generation of ethical leaders that will espouse the highest standards of integrity in everything they do. I therefore encourage you to participate fully, ask the difficult questions, challenge what you do not understand, and let your voice be heard even in this space. Your ideas are not only welcome, but they are also very essential to the success of our program today. So as we proceed with today's sessions, I want to leave you with 3 questions that I would like you to reflect on as young people. Number 1, what kind of Zambia do I want to live in, right? What kind of Zambia do I want to live in? Number 2, what am I willing to do today in order to help build that kind of Zambia, right? What am I willing to do today in order to help build that kind of Zambia? And then the last question is, what decision will I make the next time integrity is difficult but necessary? What decision will I make the next time integrity is difficult but necessary? If each young person in this room commits to choosing integrity every single time, then Zambia will change, not just in the distant future, but starting today. So as I finally close, I'd like to reaffirm TIZ's commitment to supporting your efforts as young people. You are the generation that can, and I believe will, break the cycle of corruption. You are the generation that will help to strengthen institutions and also to build a Zambia that is based on fairness, accountability, and transparency. Let today be the beginning of a renewed commitment to integrity, to ethical leadership that is driven by you, our young people. I therefore wish you a very productive, inspiring, and empowering conference today. I thank you, and may God bless us all.
Thank you very much to the Executive Director of Transparency International Zambia, Mr. Maurice K. Nyambe. Another round of applause for him, please. Now that we have 3 questions that we know that I personally will ask you about at the end of this conference today, we can move on into our keynote speeches this morning. Allow me to call upon the Director General of the Anti-Corruption Commission, Ms. Daphne Pauline Soko Chabu, who is giving us a presentation on motivating the youth in participating in anti-corruption programs. A round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Director of Programs. Her Worship, the Mayor of Lusaka, Ms. Chilando Chitangala, or her representative, the Executive Director, Transparency International, Mr. Maurice Nyambe, the Country Director, Chandler Foundation, Mr. Ruben Difuka, distinguished invited guests, all youths present here today, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It also gives me great pleasure and honor to address this gathering here today. This event marks the beginning of the Zambia Anti-Corruption Conference, but with a specific focus on the importance of young people's participation in the fight against corruption. Corruption is a cancer that affects us all. Many times, it is considered as a problem for politicians and business people, and yet it affects and touches our daily lives in ways that we usually miss. Think about the roads with dangerous potholes that never get fixed, despite money being set aside for repairs. School supplies, especially for you, the youths, that were promised but never arrived. The medicine that should be free, but somehow costs money in government hospitals. These are not just mistakes or bad luck. This is corruption at work. Our dear youths, ladies and gentlemen, corruption happens when people use their power to get money or favors they do not deserve or have not worked for. A teacher who asks for extra payment to pass a student, a police officer who takes money to ignore a traffic violation, or a government worker who gives contracts to friends instead of the best company. All these are examples of corruption that hurt hardworking and regular people. The money lost to corruption could go a long way in building new classrooms, buy sports equipment, or provide scholarships. Studies have shown that countries have the worst schools, hospitals, and public services. This then means there are fewer chances for young people like you seated here today to follow their dreams and reach their goals. We are all aware that students, learners, as well as youths in communities see corruption up close. I'm sure that you seated here today have heard about entrance exams where some people get questions early before even the exams, or funds that disappear with absolutely no explanation, or even simple things like classroom supplies that go missing. These small acts added together teach the wrong lessons about how to get ahead in life. Fighting corruption starts with refusing to take part in it, saying no when anybody asks for a bribe, practices wherever you see them. You need to ask questions when things do not seem right. Small acts of honesty, like the ones Mr. Nyambe referred to, are a great stepping stone, which when added up can change things how they work around us. I wish to thank you all and hope you have fruitful deliberations. God bless you.
Thank you very much. That was Miss Daphne Pauline Soko Chavu, who is the Director General of the Anti-Corruption Commission. From here, we move on into now the role of young people in building cultures of integrity. I was having a conversation here, and I asked, what are you presenting on today? And the word that kept going around was integrity, integrity, integrity. And I hope that this then gives us the big stepping stone into the conversation that we'll be having throughout the day today. Allow me to call upon Mr. Ruben Lifuka, who is the Zambia Country Director for the Chandler Foundation. A round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. The guest of honor, the Director General of the Anti-Corruption Commission, Mrs. Daphne Chavu, senior government officials here present, Transparency International Zambia board members and management, representatives of civil society organizations and political parties here present, distinguished youth participants, ladies and gentlemen. The topic of my remarks this morning is the role of young people in building cultures of integrity. It is often said the future belongs to the young people. And African icons like Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana and Nelson Mandela both made similar statements. But Kwame Nkrumah demonstrated that the future will not come on a silver platter. Nkrumah emphasized, and I quote, "The future belongs to the youth, but only if they rise to claim it with responsibility and vision," end of quote. While Mandela highlighted the responsibility that lies with you, the young people, when he said, "The future belongs to our youth," as some of us near the end of our political careers, younger people must take over. These statements clearly demonstrate that the future will not simply be handed to you, young people. You must claim it, you must shape it, and you must build it. And you do that with your own hands. No matter your age, background, or circumstance, you are a co-creator of the world you want to live in. The future is not a distant place. It's being built right now in your choices in life, your courage, and the collective action you take. So the real questions you must ask yourselves, and these questions have been asked by Mr. Nyambe. What kind of future do you want for Zambia and the world? And what role can you play as young people in shaping such a future? We live in a world full of contradictions, a world of plenty yet filled with poverty, a world overflowing with resources yet suffering from hunger, thirst, and squalor. We face challenges of climate change, natural disasters, and underdevelopment, realities that are evident in the global south, that includes Zambia. But the opposite is also true. Our countries are blessed with vast natural wealth, and more importantly, a powerful resource, our young people. The African continent has millions strong of young people brimming with creativity, energy, and potential. If we harness that strength, we can truly transform our communities. So why then do we continue to lag behind? Why do we still carry the painful tag of poor countries? There are many reasons for this, including poor leadership at a personal, community, and national levels. We often find it easy to blame others for what is not working well in our families, in our communities, or our nation. True change, however, begins when each one of us asks, am I contributing to the development of my family, my community, and my nation? Or am I standing by, waiting for others to act? We also have to admit that we live in a world full of greed and selfishness. The corruption we witness in our society, the loss of public resources, the illegal mining, illicit enrichment, are all fueled largely by greed and selfishness. We have people in society, some people in society, who see nothing wrong in using public resources for personal gain. Next year is an election year. You have some candidates who see nothing wrong in offering bribes and engaging in electoral practices, as long as this helps them to get into power or to be re-elected. But corruption is not only among those in high office. It begins in small daily actions, in dishonesty, in selfishness, in our silence when wrong is done. In such an environment of greed, selfishness, and a lack of sensitivity for other people's needs and the needs of the future, we have lost integrity. Integrity, that practice of being honest and consistently adhering to strong moral and ethical principles and values. Today, we yearn for leaders of integrity in politics, in our communities, in our churches, in our schools, and in our workplaces. But yearning alone is not enough. The question we must confront is this: how do we restore integrity and rebuild public trust? How do we nurture a new generation of ethical, selfless, and servant leaders? It begins with all of us, young people included, by deliberately building cultures of integrity in every sphere of life. Integrity is not a slogan, it's a way of life, a daily choice to do what is right, even when no one is watching. We must demand it from our politicians, expect it from our community leaders, and practice it ourselves as citizens. We want to see politics anchored on values, not on greed. We want to see community leaders who inspire trust through their example. And most importantly, we want to see you, the young people of Zambia, stepping forward as leaders of today and tomorrow, guided by the timeless principles of honesty, trust, honor, accountability, humility, and service. When you live by these values, we will not just talk about change, you will become the change our nation has been waiting for. This brings me to a few reflections on the vital role young people can play in building cultures of integrity. Number one, be role models of integrity. Change begins with you. The future we desire will not come by chance. It will come through daily choices we make. Live out the values of honesty, trust, humility, and service in everything that you do. The time to stand as models of integrity is not tomorrow, it is today. Refuse to take shortcuts, refuse to accept or offer bribes, even in the context of next year's election. Do not engage in actions that bring shame to your family, your school, or your community. For those in leadership positions, whether it's at university, college, or schools, ask yourself, what values define my leadership? Am I the kind of person whose actions inspire others to follow? The second rule I'd like to suggest is that you need to serve your communities. Integrity is not only about what we avoid doing wrong. It is about choosing to do what is right. Each one of us has a responsibility to contribute to the well-being of our communities. Get involved. Keep your surroundings clean. Speak out against injustice, whether it is gender-based violence, cyberbullying, or corruption. Be the generation that refuses to remain silent when something is wrong. Do not wait for the government, for elders, or for others to act. You are the leaders of integrity the world is waiting for. The third role that I see for young people is that you need to step up for leadership. As Mr. Nyambe indicated, leadership is not about titles. It is about service, courage, and a good example. There are countless opportunities for you to lead in your schools, your university, your youth groups, your churches, your businesses, in your NGOs, your political parties, and your neighborhoods. The world does not only need ethical leaders in politics, it needs them everywhere. Offer your skills and talents for the good of society. Stand up, step forward, and be counted among those building cultures of integrity in Zambia. Let me conclude by reminding you as young people and leaders that each time you choose honesty over corruption, service over selfishness, courage over silence, you bring our nation one step closer to the future we all desire. The journey to a just and ethical Zambia begins not with others, but with you. As a Chandler Foundation, we remain committed to supporting youth or young people's activities in order for us to build the necessary cultures of integrity. And we're willing to walk this journey with you. Thank you and God bless.
What do we say once again to Mr. Ruben Lifuka? A round of applause. Thank you very much for that. Now, as we've been having these conversations, young people, I can finally say that it feels so good to stand in front of a crowd and be able to look at a number of people and say, young people. But bear in mind that I am also part of you. So now, it's not every day that as a pupil, you get to interact, say, with the Director General of the Anti-Corruption Commission. It's not every day that you interact with Mr. Ruben Lifuka. And it's not every day that you interact with the Country Director for TIZ. So now, if you have any questions based on what has been given so far in the speeches, I'd like to hear them so that we can have a brief interaction before we go out and take a photo outside. Do we have anybody with any questions? There's a question over there. Do you want to come? You can give us your name and then ask your question.
Hello everyone. My name is Tukuza Zanele Tembo from Livala Secondary School. So my question goes to the director. During elections, we see our candidates giving out milli-meal and free things to the people to buy their vote. Isn't that considered corruption? Because in the end, we're not looking at what they have to say, but what they have to give us. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good question, no? Do we have anybody else with another question? Anyone else with another question? No? Okay. So I'll take, oh, there's a question over there. Please do come. Your name, where you're from, and your question.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chimome Tembo. I am from the University of Zambia. So my question goes to the Director General. So for me, I live in Materolilanda, and I witness corruption happening in many ways. So at community level, it usually comes to me and I usually ask the question, which platforms can I use to actually address corruption? So this comes into mind our community leaders. So what platforms can we use to actually report corruption at community level?
Thank you very much. Good question. Do we have another question in the house? There's another question. Please come to the front and ask your question. Your name, and then ask your question.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. The Energy Youth, good morning. My name is Mukelaba M. Junior, and I'm from ICU University. So my question goes to, I think, the director for Chandler and TIZ. So as a young person working at the Center of Innovation and Youth Empowerment, my question is, how can you integrate anti-corruption education into entrepreneurship, climate action, and what partnerships can we leverage on to scale that? And I think one thing, again, we need to stop mainstreaming young people. We must center young people. And I think a recommendation to TIZ, we need to create a youth advisory board, task force on anti-corruption education that can leverage digital tools that young people, we need to tap into the potential of youth. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're now going to answering the questions. Madam, we'll start with you.
Was it to pose the first one? Where is she? Come. So this engagement, from the way I understand it, is supposed to be interactive, isn't it? So from the get-go, I get the distinct impression, I could be wrong, okay, also okay. So do you really understand what corruption means? What is corruption? Then I'll go on to answer Tokozile's question. You guys, tell me what you understand by the word corruption. Can you have a volunteer?
Good morning, everyone. Okay, so I think corruption is simply doing something that is outside the regulation of the Constitution.
Very good. Anybody else? Yes? What do you understand by the word corruption?
Corruption is the abuse of power, you misusing your position. For instance, I'll give an example of maybe an accountant. Just because you're an accountant at a certain firm or at a company, then you are the one who's entitled to drafting or balancing the financial statements. Then instead of you just doing what you're required to do, you end up putting up your expenses at the end of the day. So that is corruption, meaning you're using your position to get benefit. You're benefiting out of your position.
Very good. So corruption, simply put, ladies and gentlemen, means abusing power that has been entrusted to you for personal gain. So for instance, if I'm a teacher, your school, your students, you get paid at the month end, isn't it? But then if you use that position to get extra money, that is corruption. Have you understood your question?
Yes, I have.
You have?
Yes.
Okay. I thought you would at the end of the day. So if you abuse power for private gain, instead of allowing all you people to write exams on a level playing field, I give somebody a leakage. You understand? I'm giving that person an advantage. Probably I get money in return, and usually people get money in return, isn't it? So that is corruption. So once you understand that, I'm sure all of us seated in here, we know when corruption is happening, isn't it? So indirectly, I'll answer the second question. If you are supposed to vote as a citizen, we are all supposed to vote, isn't it? From age 18 going up. And why do we vote? Do we understand why we vote? Do you understand why we vote, youth? Can I have a volunteer? Why do we vote? And is it important to vote?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
We vote because, especially as young people, we want to usher in the leadership that we believe is going to deliver the change that we are looking for. These leaders that we vote for are the ones that are accountable to their actions. So they are our representatives voting is simply choosing people that are going to be representing us in the offices. Thank you.
Have a duty to vote? Do we have a responsibility as Zambians to vote? Why do you think we have a duty to vote? Yes?
Good morning, all. It is our civic duty and a civic right to vote, and it's important for us to exercise our rights as people.
Do we all agree? Should we then be paid to go and demonstrate our civic duty or exercise our responsibility as citizens of this country? Do you think it's right to get a bag of millimil? Should I be motivated to go and vote? I shouldn't. So that question has also been answered, isn't it? So if we have a duty to go and vote, to usher in leaders who are going to help us achieve our dreams as a nation, then we shouldn't be given bags of millimil, isn't it? And I always believe when corruption is happening, when you are getting a bribe, are you sure you can't tell somebody wants to bribe you? The body language will change, isn't it? It won't be the usual language that we employ in our day-to-day interactions. When somebody is about to bribe you, even you, your body language will change, even that person tell you that you people, you are engaging in corruption, isn't it? Or you are doing something wrong, isn't it? We all know when somebody wants so, we should not do it.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her.
I thought there was no question for me, but since Morris believes I should answer a question, I think there was a question asked about integrating anti-corruption and entrepreneurship. Let me say this. Firstly, I think the DG has helped us understand what corruption is, but there is a demand and supply side to corruption. And people know that, so that corruption doesn't only happen in one dimension. In certain instances, people demand for the bribe. In other instances, people give the bribe. So the policeman stops you at a checkpoint, your car is defective, you offer the bribe to the police officer. And in certain cases, the police officer demands for one. So why that is important is that even when you talk about integrating anti-corruption measures, be it in entrepreneurship or in any other sector, you need to deal with both the demand and supply side. Having said that, already many measures that have been taken to build what is called business integrity principles for SMEs, for large-scale businesses, and TI will speak to that. There's so many strategies already underway. But there's also work that is going on with Madam Harwindi, where they look at financing of climate change, the climate financing. Why are we focusing on that? To deal with potential abuse of these finances, which are meant to deal with the challenges of climate change. So you have to mainstream anti-corruption measures in different sectors. We do that in the construction sector. You have the construction sector transparency initiative. We do that in the extractive sector. You have the extractive industries transparency initiative. And you do that whether it's in the health sector, we've in the past, medicine transparency initiative. So different sectors require measures to be undertaken. And I'm sure Mr. Nyambe, when he speaks to you, will tell you of the different programs that are already being undertaken by TI. The last point about the Youth Advisory Board, I thought the good man was shooting himself in the foot. He doesn't want youths to be mainstream, but to be the center. But at the same time, create a Youth Advisory Board, which is just meant to be for the young people. But yes, you're right. The strategies of dealing with young people in the fight against corruption are always different from your mainstream strategies. And world over, we are now talking about tapping into the youth energy in order to deal with the corruption. You understand your language better. If you ask another person to design measures to deal with corruption targeting young people, their ideas may be limited. So we normally tap into the expertise and the energy of young people. But Mr. Nyambe can compliment on that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lifuka. So just to add a bit to what has been stated already, indeed, there are quite a number of opportunities that you can utilize to sort of mainstream these issues, even as young people, and Mr. Lifuka has mentioned a number of them. As TIZ, we do have quite a number of programs in different strategic focus areas that allow you to potentially take part in contributing to raising accountability in different spheres. Even CDF, for example, is an area again that you could take advantage of. The environment sector, I think, is something as well that has been mentioned, but many other sectors. But also, in saying that, I would like to also throw the challenge back to you, actually, as young people. When we were, I think when we were talking, all three of us who spoke earlier raised the point in different ways that you should not see yourselves as being part of the problem. You should actually see yourselves as being part of the solution, okay? So if you have ideas for how you think we can do things better, by all means, please approach us and come and share those ideas with us, okay? So our doors are very open. You are free to come and share ideas, whether it's with us, whether it's with the Anti-Corruption Commission, and even with the Chandler Foundation, as well as other players. But I also wanted to mention, I think there's one question that was not touched on by Chimwemwe about what platforms can be used to report corruption. There are many platforms that can be used. I know that the ACC has a whistleblower, anonymous online whistleblower mechanism. There's also a toll-free number that you can use. We have the same also as TIZ, and we also have a legal advice center. So you can literally just walk into our premises and be able to report whatever it is you want to report. So I think the point I'm making is that find time to interact and network and engage with the three of us, but also with there are many other people within the room from TIZ and from the SCC. Please find time to engage and network with them, because this is how you build your networks. It starts now, and this is the platform that we are making available to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, lovely. I see that we have questions, but these questions will be asked at a later time. But I am glad to see that we have so many people raising their hands and willing to participate. At this point, I'd like for us to just step outside. We'll be guided on how we'll walk. We're going to take a group photo, and then thereafter, when we come back, there's tea outside. So we're going to have our tea break. And in 20 minutes time, or say 15 minutes time, we should be able to come back inside and continue with the activities for today. So after the high table walks out, we may all follow as we walk outside to take a picture.
Corruption Perceptions Index, also known as the CPI, scores and ranks countries around the world based on how corrupt their public sector is perceived to be. The scores reflect the views of experts or surveys of business people, not the general public. We calculate the CPI using data from 13 different external sources. Transparency International is not involved in the production of any of these 13 datasets. The CPI includes data produced by the World Bank and the World Economic Forum, as well as by private risk and consulting companies and think tanks. Each of the 13 sources rates countries using its own scale. One source rates countries on a scale of 1 to 7, for instance, while another uses a scale of 1 to 100. As a result, direct comparison of country scores between different sources is not possible. Therefore, we transform each score from the original scale into standardized values that show the position of each country relative to others. By doing this, we are able to compare country scores across the 13 different data sources. After standardizing all scores, we then convert them into a scale from 0 to 100, which we use for the CPI. Next, we simply calculate the average of the transformed scores for each country. The average score is the CPI value for each country. In order to ensure reliability of the results, only countries with data from at least 3 sources are included in the CPI. The CPI results are comparable across time back to 2012. This is because when we convert the original data to the CPI scale, we take into account the 2012 parameters, which turns 2012 into the baseline year. Annual CPI results from before 2012 cannot be compared to other years. The 13 different data sources used to calculate the CPI all measure various aspects of corruption in the public sector. This ranges from bribery, the diversion of public funds, and the effective prosecution of corruption cases, to adequate legal frameworks, access to information, and legal protections for whistleblowers, journalists, and investigators. The CPI does not measure activities such as tax fraud, money laundering, financial secrecy, or illicit flows of money. Corruption generally involves illegal activities which are deliberately hidden and only come to light through scandals, investigations, or prosecutions. Researchers, civil society, and governments have made advances in measuring corruption in specific sectors. However, to date, there is no index which directly measures real levels of corruption in all its manifestations. The data sources that make up the CPI ask business executives and country experts questions which are based on carefully designed questionnaires. The CPI scores generally correlate with certain objective measures, including citizens' reported experience with bribery. To ensure that the CPI methodology and results are reliable, the index is regularly reviewed by independent evaluators. Such reviews have consistently shown that the CPI is statistically and conceptually coherent. Ultimately, the CPI is the most widely used corruption measurement indicator due to the wide global coverage, the increased reliability which comes with combining different sources, and the fact that it reconciles different points of view on what constitutes public sector corruption. For more information, please visit www.transparency.org/CPI.
How did the national policy on anti-corruption come to life? The development of the policy was spearheaded by the Ministry of Justice and the Anti-Corruption Commission through a technical working group of both state and non-state institutions. How and why was the policy formulated? The policy was formulated using a participatory process and nationwide consultations with key stakeholders were held. Given the multi-sectoral nature of cooperation needed to address the problem of corruption, rooted nationwide synergies are critical to effectively fight corruption and respond to the needs and aspirations of the nation. And what was the development process? This included reviews of the performance of the 2009 National Anti-Corruption Policy, legal and societal developments, international contextual fit practices and instruments, and also included provincial consultations being held with state and non-state actors in 2 districts in each of all the 10 provinces of Zambia. But where did the policy draw its financial, logistical, and technical support? The policy was supported financially and technically by the European Union, GIZ, the International Monetary Fund, and the Chandler Foundation. Now, let's look at the road ahead. What are the objectives of the national policy on anti-corruption? Objective 1. To strengthen corruption prevention measures in public and private bodies. Objective 2. To strengthen transparency and accountability in public affairs and delivery of public services. Objective 3. To strengthen institutional capacities of the Anti-Corruption Commission, National Prosecutions Authority, and other law enforcement agencies involved in preventing and combating corruption and related crimes. Objective 4. To promote mindset and behavioral change amongst the general public against corruption. Objective 5. To strengthen the anti-corruption legal framework. And Objective 6. To strengthen coordination, partnerships, collaboration, monitoring, evaluation, and research on anti-corruption. What are the policy's main expected outputs? Through integrity awards, persons would be awarded for exemplary integrity and ethical conduct, with a target of 40 persons awarded in 2024 and a target of 200 persons awarded by 2028. In the private sector, business entities will conduct anti-bribery vetting, with a target of 5% in 2024 and a target of 50% by 2028. Decentralization. The Anti-Corruption Commission offices and other law enforcement agencies will be established in all provinces and districts, with a target of 10% in 2024 and a target of 80% by 2028. Lifestyle audits. Lifestyle audits will be conducted for constitutional office bearers, senior government officials, political office bearers, and ministerial officers, with a target of 5% in 2024 and a target of 25% by 2028. Procurement. Selection, recruitment, licensing, allocation, and procurement processes in public institutions will be monitored by law enforcement agencies, with a target of 40% in 2024 and a target of 50% by 2028. Electronic platforms. Procuring entities are to be on the electronic government procurement system, with a target of 40% in 2024 and a target of 80% by 2028. And finally, education. This will be measured by the number of teachers trained on anti-corruption and integrity, with a target of 150 teachers trained in 2024 and a target of 1,350 teachers trained by 2028. The government of Zambia is committed to implementing the roadmap in order to achieve its vision on corruption, which is a nation that is zero tolerant to corruption. Download the policy today by going to the following websites: the Ministry of Justice, Cabinet Office, Anti-Corruption Commission, and Transparency International Zambia.
Transparency International Zambia, congratulations for the 25 years milestone attained in fighting corruption in Zambia. We know that yours is a critical voice, and it has been so. Your voice has been heard at every juncture, calling for transparency and encouraging communities to hold leaders to account. So we love your messages on accountability and transparency. In fact, they do resonate with the mandate of the National Prosecution Authority's constitutional mandate. And as Director of Public Prosecution, I'm elated to look back and see how we've interacted and how you have involved us in your conferences on corruption, which have been a meeting point encouraging discourse on themes around corruption. May you continue on this path, and the National Prosecution Authority will forever remain a partner in ensuring that your objectives are met.
Decentralization in Zambia. How well are we doing? In 2023, Zambia launched its revised national decentralization policy, a strategic decentralization in Zambia. How well are we doing? In 2023, Zambia launched its revised national decentralization policy, a strategic framework for 2023 to 2027, designed to shift power from Lusaka to your district, your wards, and your communities. It sets out clear objectives, devolved functions, and resources to bring governance closer to the people. Why then is this so important for us Zambians? Decentralization isn't just bureaucracy. It's a transformational vision, responsive governance, inclusive development, transparency, and local economic growth. For Zambia, marked by an equal resource distribution, centralized systems, weak local governance, and persistent corruption, this shift is crucial. This is why TIZ teamed up with GIZ's ZACC project, funded by Germany and the European Union, to assess how well that vision is becoming reality. The study focused on 10 pilot districts: Chipata, Choma, Kasama, Katete, Livingstone, Mansa, Mongu, Ndola, Petauke, and Solwezi, using a specially developed measurement tool. We derived specific questions from the policy objectives and measured the implementation rate for each based on the data provided by the districts and the 2024 district targets. Progress was tracked across 3 themes. 1. Decentralized governance, the devolution of decision-making and power to local councils. 2. Fiscal decentralization, the transfer of budgeting, revenue collection, and expenditure to local governments. And 3. Policy coordination, the alignment of policies and actions across government levels. Here is where things stand. Since the launch of the new policy in 2023, the government's track record in implementing decentralization has been mixed. Decentralized governance recorded a 66% average progress, with some districts moving faster than others. Progress on fiscal decentralization stands at 57%. What's holding it back is untrained personnel and delays in developing new systems which stand in the way of efficiency. Policy coordination among different government levels is not optimal. Progress is at 58%. In short, Zambia is making important steps in building the institutional framework for decentralized governance, but the core enablers, money and coordinated policies are not keeping pace. Moreover, performance varies across districts. Out of the 10 pilot districts, Livingstone and Katete stand out for the highest average progress rate, while Petauke and Kasama close the bottom of the list with the lowest progress rates. The differences among districts were particularly strong for the fiscal decentralization. Livingstone reached the yearly target almost in full, while Mongu, Petauke, and Solwezi achieved less than 1/3 of their expected targets in transferring fiscal responsibility to the local level. To get the national decentralization policy fully working, TIZ recommends fixing fiscal obstacles and deploying robust financial management and revenue mobilization systems at the local level, leveraging the support from cooperating partners, and enhancing coordination when it comes to the decentralization secretariat. That means establishing clear roles and communication between national and local levels, accelerating the development of the alignment manual to guide the realignment of the sub-national structures, enhancing evidence-based peer learning among local authorities. Decentralization is happening in Zambia, but without fiscal decentralization and policy coordination, it risks being just a framework on paper. Now it's the time to unlock its full potential for transparent, equitable, community-driven development.
Hi everyone, it's Clancy Moore from Transparency International Australia. Big welcome from Melbourne, Australia, and I'm very proud to be sending this 25th happy birthday message to TI Zambia. Currently, I'm on the land of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nations, the First Nations and traditional owners of this land, and I'd like to pay my respects to them and their elders. So, 25 years, it's a long time to be fighting corruption, and traditionally, 25 years is a silver anniversary, which represents strength and endurance, and I think those qualities are really present in TI Zambia's work. I would also add humour and positivity to the work that TI Zambia does, and that's been represented in some extremely good advocacy over the years, including your bribe pays index, your work on mining, governance and climate change, but also your red flags, your reporting red flags project that is innovative and continues to make waves today. So, Maurice, Bright, Tamika, members, supporters, staff of TI Zambia, happy birthday, enjoy the celebrations, and may you campaign for another 25 years with strength, endurance and good humour. Thanks a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a boarding call. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of us still outside, please come inside. morning once again. Privilege of speaking at a very interesting event. So the event was the Youth Leaders Network for Africa. And my conversation, funny enough, was a conversation around corruption. And what we talked about, or what I centered my conversation was around the impact or the effect of corruption based on what it does to us. I titled it From Normalization to Numbers. Basically speaking to how corruption steals young Africans' belief in a fair future. The reason I asked how many of us believe that we can have an impact on corruption is primarily centered on this, right? So I'm going to tell you a story of a young girl named Amara. Amara, like many of you in high school or university, believes that she's going to do great things. How many of us believe that after school, you're going to go into university, then you're going to get this great job, and then, you're going to drive this big car, you're going to have this big house, and all of that? How many of us believe that? All of us, right? Yes. So Amara, like many of you here, has that belief and believed that, she's going to do all of that. So Amara was top of her class. She finished university, went to the University of Zambia. Shout out Unza, where are you guys? Okay. Went to the University of Zambia, graduated, and was top of her class in economics. Her dream job was to work for the Bank of Zambia. How many of us want to work for the Bank of Zambia or would love to work for the Bank of Zambia? Okay, not too many hands. Okay, how many of us would like to work for like the UN? So she had dreams like that, and she was looking forward to a life like that. And then came, and her belief was that merit and hard work lead to success. And that's what we believe, right? That merit and success lead to, merit and hard work lead to success, correct? Correct? How many of us believe that? Maybe I'm speaking to the wrong group of people. How many of us believe that merit and hard work lead to success? Merit. How many? I didn't say marriage. Not marriage. I said merit. How many of us believe that merit and hard work are the path to success? I'll ask that again. Okay, great. So here's now where Amara starts to meet corruption, first of all. After university, top of her class, remember? And then she now wants to apply for a job. And then she hears that you have to pay 50,000 kwacha to first get your name on the list. That's the first step, right? And like these things happen. And then the second thing is she learns that classmates with connections got interviewed, and these classmates were not half as good as she was. Imagine how that would make you feel. And then the shock initially is, this isn't right? Because you feel that because you've worked so hard, it should be easy for you to move to the next level, isn't it? And then 6 months later, Amara needs to get her driver's license, for example. And then now she learns that in order for you to get your driver's license, you have to pay somebody as well. This then means that consistently Amara is seeing issues and connections of corruption, right? So what do you think happens to Amara's mind in this moment? Tamika, let me know when we're ready to begin. So how many of us, what do we think happens to Amara's mind at this point? Yeah? It's the new normal. You see? Is that correct? Do we agree with that? Yeah, I also agree with that. So this is what would happen to Amara. And then now it becomes normal. So now she'll pay the bribe, right? Because this is what happens. But what's happening here is, remember how we all said we can make a difference to corruption? Do you think at this point you'll be able to make a difference? Because now you're going to say, why bother trying, right? Because now we're forced to participate in a system that you morally oppose to. But here's what we learn, and here's what behavior science teaches us. So behavior science and communications teaches us that in your belief, what is happening here is something called learned helplessness. So learned helplessness is where, after failed repeated attempts to act fairly and get fair outcomes, you stop trying, even when change is possible, because now you just believe that this other route is the correct way to go, correct? But that isn't the way that these things are going. And this then becomes the new normal. But why am I speaking about this? So I'm not going to give you like the whole presentation is what I did. But why am I bringing this up today? I bring this up to say that corruption, as it stands, is more of an issue than we might imagine it. Because as we have seen it now, corruption steals your future. Do you imagine, do you see that all of your dreams now can literally be kaput, gone because of corruption? So then that shows you how bad corruption is, no? Doesn't it? Okay, I'll finish the story a bit later. So we can now move on to the next stage of this conversation. And today's theme, once again, what is the theme that we're working with this afternoon, this morning? We have lost the youthful exuberance. Come on, let's do this again. The theme is collaborative actions for integrity and transparency in elections. Repeat that. Wonderful. Collaborative actions for integrity and transparency in elections. So last week, Friday, the university students, I believe you had an interaction with TIZ. And from that interaction, you were tasked with coming up with a speech. And this speech was on political finance transparency and the recommendations for stakeholder action. So, the universities that are participating in this are Information and Communication University of Zambia, ICT, ICU, I beg your pardon, National Institute of Public Administration. Are you here? If you're here, please raise your hand. The University of Lusaka. Great. And the University of Zambia. Great. So the judges that we have today are from TIZ, ACC, and AAAZ. Are we ready to begin? Are we ready to begin? Okay. At this moment in time, I will ask that we begin with ICU. ICU, it is your time. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for ICU as they come.
Good morning. Worship, Ms. Chilando Chitanga, the Mayor of Lusaka, Ms. Pauline Soko Chabu, the Director Anti-Corruption Commission, Mr. Maurice Kenyambe, the Executive Director of Transparency International Zambia, Mr. Ruben Lifuka, Country Director of Chandler Foundation, distinguished guests, invited delegates, civil society organization, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Today we gather here under the theme that speaks directly to the heart of our democracy, collaborative action for integrity and transparency in election. This theme reminds us that safeguarding Zambia's election is not that responsibility of one institution, but it is shared national duty. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, recent finding by the Transparency International Zambia highlights why this collaboration is essential. The study reveals that about 75% of political parties have very low transparency levels, no publishes financial records, and over 64% of face high risk of illicit funding. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, these gaps breed opportunity for corruption, foreign influence, and unfair political competition. When the money is not merit determines the leadership, our democracy suffers. But today, we are not here to dwell only on the problem. We are here to speak about the solution and more importantly, about collective action. Distinguished guests, government must lead the way by strengthening the registrars of society to require audited income and expenditure reports, making misuse of state of resources for campaigning and punishable offenders. I beg your pardon, making misuse of state resource for campaigns a punishable offenders, especially for cabinet ministers and those holding high public office. Distinguished guests, political parties themselves must lead by example. They should use traceable bank account for all transactions made. Publish a simplified financial statement on their website and other platforms on social media. Transparency must be given within the party. A party that seeks to govern a nation must first govern its own finances with integrity. Civil society organization and media are essential watchdogs. They should conduct frequent access of political financing. Educate citizens on how money influences election. Monitor unusual campaign spending during the election. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, when citizens are informed, our democracy becomes stronger. To address the local realities, we must consider providing public funding only to political parties that meet transparency standard, requiring asset and interest declaration for all candidates, enabling voters to make informed decisions. Training local parties structure in basic information management to reduce the internal abuse of fund. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, these reforms are realistic, cost-effective, and capable of transforming Zambia's landscape. Integrity in election is not achieved by laws alone. It requires integrity in election is not achieved by laws alone. It requires unit, government, political, the ACC, ECZ, civil society, the media, and the citizen to work together. This collaboration is our strongest defense against corruption. It ensures that election reflects true and will of the Zambian people. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude by saying the future of our democracy depends on the choice we make today. If we choose transparency, accountability, integrity, we strengthen Zambia. If we choose collaboration, we secure elections that are credible and fair. Let us commit together to building a Zambia where elections are not bought, manipulated, or hidden in secrets, but guided by honesty and trust. A Zambia where democracy works for everyone, a Zambia where integrity leads. I thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him once again. Coming up next is the University of Lusaka.
A nation that does not take care of its future will have its future taken care of by others. These are the words of esteemed Kwame Nkrumah. Distinguished guests, fellow students, today we confront a truth that sits at the very heart of our African governance. The money that fuels our politics shapes the destiny of our nations. When political financing is hidden, democracy becomes vulnerable. When transparency disappears, accountability disappears with it. It is said that democracy rests on three pillars: truth, transparency, and trust. When one collapses, the others cannot stand. And today, we examine evidence that shows just how important these pillars are to our democracy. Political finance transparency is essential for democratic and national integrity. Around the world, countries that manage political finance have built systems that leave little room for secrecy. For example, Singapore's Corrupt Practices Investigation Bureau operates independently with extensive investigative powers. Similarly, Japan maintains strong corporate governance and rigorous audits for both public institutions and political parties. In addition, South Korea has transformed its governance by aggressively prosecuting corruption, even sending former presidents and corporate leaders to prison, while protecting whistleblowers under robust legislation. These systems show that transparency is not accidental. It is engineered through strong laws, independent oversight, and real consequences for abuse. In Africa, the picture remains mixed. The African Union, AU, Convention and United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, call for transparent political financing, but enforcement is weak. Many countries lack audited party accounts, have under-regulated campaign spending, and operate in environments where unknown money easily enters politics. The Alliance for Finance Monitoring warns that without continent-wide standards, political parties and elections risk being corrupted, and captured by unregulated financial interests. Opaque funding allows parties to favor donors, mismanage public resources, and shape policy to serve financiers rather than the citizens. This is true across sub-Saharan Africa and Zambia in particular. Zambia reflects this broader continental challenge. According to a study conducted by the Transparency International Zambia, TIZ, 75% of political parties show very low accountability. Only 25% keep proper financial records or use commercial bank accounts. 64% accept anonymous donations, and over half report foreign funding. Despite Article 60 of the Constitution and commitments under the African Union, AU, Convention and United Nations Convention Against Corruption, political parties are not legally required to submit audited financial reports. This gap leaves our political system vulnerable to hidden actors and illicit financing. Furthermore, TIZ study of 28 parties exposes a system with significant vulnerabilities: weak record keeping, acceptance of anonymous and foreign funding, and heavy reliance on wealthy individuals, MPs, local businesses, and foreign actors. TIZ revealed that the average parliamentary candidate spends 478,000 kwacha per general election, pushing candidates towards funders misuse of resources is not theoretical. The Constitutional Court's 2017 ruling ordering former ministers to return $170,000 in illegal salaries revealed how public money can be mismanaged, and even that repayment was covered by undisclosed friends of the party. These realities highlight four major problems requiring urgent reform. Problem one is weak enforcement of political finance laws. Article 60 and UNCAC mandate transparency, yet the Political Parties Bill 2017, which would require disclosure and audits, remains unenacted. My recommendation, enact the bill with mandatory audits, bank-based transactions, and full public disclosure. Problem two is a weak institutional capacity. The ACC cannot prosecute without DPP consent, cannot charge constitutional office holders, and lacks autonomy. We recommend reform the ACC's mandate so it can independently investigate and prosecute political finance violations. The last problem is the influence of unregulated money. High campaign costs create dependency on wealthy donors and foreign funders. Recommendation, introduce spending caps, real-time digital reporting, and limits on foreign funding to prevent policy capture. Transparency in political financing brings clear benefit. It lets citizens, civil society, and the media track the sources and use of political money, limiting favoritism and undue influence. It also strengthens accountability and public trust by ensuring elections reflect genuine voter choice, not hidden financial interests. So basically, transparency is both possible and essential. These recommendations echo what success. May I please say my conclusion? The future of our democracy will not be defined by speeches, promises, or manifestos. It will be defined by systems that can be trusted, systems that can be bought, systems that honor the sacrifices of the people who fought for the democracy we enjoy today. Former President Nelson Mandela once said to us that critical, independent, and investigative press is the lifeblood of any democracy. But today I add, transparent political financing is the oxygen of that democracy. The work begins with transparency, and transparency begins with us. Thank you so much.
What do we say once again for her? So I'll remind the schools that you have 5 minutes in which you are supposed to start, give us the meat of your speech, and conclude. The next school is the University of Zambia.
Do we have youth in the house? Do we have youths in the house? Her Worship, the Mayor of the City of Lusaka, to her representatives, Ms. Chilando Chitangala, Executive Director of Transparency International, Mr. Maurice Kenyambe, Director General of the Anti-Corruption Commission, Ms. Daphne Chabu, Chandler Foundation Country Director, Mr. Ruben Lifuka, Honorable Judges, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Corruption in our societies across Zambia and Africa at large manifests in many forms: embezzlement, bribery, and the patronage system. Yet, one of its most insidious enablers often operates in the shadows: the financing of political parties. We have already seen the consequences in our own recent history. Let us recall 2021 elections, where uneven access to funds led to the disproportionate dominance of only a few well-resourced parties. This is not just theory. This is our lived experience, and it undermines the fairness and credibility of our democratic process. The consequences for every citizen are real and tangible. Crumbling roads, understaffed hospitals, failing schools, and the ever-present threat of state capture. We are gathered here today, however, not merely to discuss our problems, but to align solutions with action. The recent findings by Transparency International Zambia have illuminated a path forward, one that demands a commitment from each and every part of society. The diagnosis is clear and it is alarming. Only 25% of political parties maintained proper financial records. 64% accepted anonymous donations. 75%, distinguished guests, received funding from foreign interests. But data alone without direction is meaningless. Today, we must connect evidence to action. To our government, the call is twofold. To tackle this vice, first, we must urgently enact the Political Parties Bill of 2017. This legal framework provides us transparency. This legal framework for transparency, public funding, and spending gaps that our democracy desperately needs. We do not need to invent the wheel. We can draw inspiration from regional models, such as South Africa's 2018 Political Party Funding Act, which has successfully reduced illicit flows through strict limits and penalties, and Kenya's effective ban on foreign political funding. Second, we must immediately empower the Registrar of Societies to demand detailed, audited financial disclosures as part of annual returns. This is a practical and actionable step that can be implemented now. To our political parties, the responsibility is direct and unavoidable. You must develop financial models and you must conduct transactions through formal accounts, bank accounts. You must conduct due diligence on donors and refuse anonymous contributions. You must move toward publishing your accounts for public analysis. These are not optional measures. They are the minimum standards of integrity. To our civil society and media, your role has never been more crucial. You must intensify scrutiny through sustained research and investigative journalism. You must educate citizens about the direct link between political finance and the quality of their roads, schools, and clinics. This is not passive observation. It is active participation in safeguarding our democracy. For the long term, distinguished guests, we must ensure our institutions, the Electoral Commission of Zambia, the Anti-Corruption Commission, and the Registrar of Societies are granted full autonomy and resources to perform their duties without fear or favor. In closing, the evidence before us leads to an inescapable conclusion. Failure to enact transparent political financing is not a mere policy oversight. No, it is a direct threat to the heart of our democracy and the well-being of every citizen. As this year's theme reminds us, we must enhance collaborative actions for integrity and transparency in elections. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, NEPA. A round of applause for them. Also, do bear in mind that all the patrons that are in here, please do go and give the correct names for all the candidates. These are the pupils and the universities students at the back. Just follow Tamika there, and she should be able to guide you as to who you're supposed to give these names to.
Good morning. My names are Jocelyn Dingiwe Piri. Affiliates of this chamber, I would like to recognize you all. Recognize these distinguished guests from all various institutions, from all various organizations. And to my fellow youths in this place, I recognize you all. My presentation is based on transparency, as we are saying transparency in the political field. So I would like to define what transparency is so that you can go in alignment with my presentation of the speech. Transparency is the quality of being open to the public. So political finance transparency and recommendations for stakeholders, as we are talking about that research. Political finance and transparency is a cause for a lot of problems that have happened. So I'm going to give you recommendations and I'm going to give you what this speech is based on. A lack of transparency erodes public trust. It can make politicians be more responsible to large donors than they are in their constituencies. What am I talking about? Lack of transparency leads politicians to lack trust, even the community to lack trust in itself. It is important for political transparency in our society. Why is it important? It combats corruption. Transparency helps prevent illicit funds, such as those from criminal groups or such as those from different donors within the country or outside the country. It also builds public trust. When citizens can see where money in the political game is being gained from or is being taken from, where it's being spent, its expenditure, and where it's taken, it builds trust in the public sector. It also promotes accountability. Disclosure requirements enable the public and media to actually be open to this. My recommendation in this speech of what we can go into for a society to promote transparency in this state of corruption. One, we enact and enforce strong laws. Press comprehensive laws that regulate party and campaign financing, including clear rules on income, expenditure, donations, and oversight mechanisms. Secondly, an example of how we can conduct those rules, we can engage the Electoral Commission or a specific office that will be in control of that. Secondly, promote digital tracking. There can be a promoted digital tracking to regulate and implement digital systems for real-time reporting and tracking. Thirdly, conduct independent monitoring activities. These activities should be conducted through monitoring, through analyzing, and observation. In Zambia, with Article 60 of the Constitution, provides the regulation of political party finance. But in Zambia, that law hasn't yet been enacted. Yes, yet we recommend why a law should be fully enacted. I end with this slogan under integrity that we can say, yes, we can learn. Yes, we can succeed. Stay true and integral. Integrity, my legacy. Our deeds determine us, and as much as we determine our deeds. Thank you.
What do we say once again for all 4 participants? A round of applause to you all. Now, the judges, I am sure, will continue to tally the results, and we will know at the end of this conference later on as to who outperformed the other. I am looking forward to seeing the results. Personally, as a Toastmaster, I look out for a few things when a speech is being given. And I'll tell you what these things are. This is me, by the way. This is not the judges. 1, there's something called the R counter. Do we know what the R counter is? Can anyone tell me what the R counter is? So whenever we speak, we have placements. That's the R counter. So it sounds so normal because we're used to using it. And majority of us come from a background where it's normal to say, and it sounds kind of cool when you say, ladies and gentlemen, you know, but as a speech giver and as somebody that is meant to speak with people, is not so cool. And for me, if I can count more than 3 or 5, it's not necessarily something that you grade well. As a Toastmaster, I remember when I first joined Toastmasters, I learned that every time you use you are reducing the quality of your speech. So today, as you take away anything else besides all that we're learning from each other, remember that when you use in your speeches, it's not so cool. Are we together? Are we together? Okay, great. Okay, now we move on to the next stage. At this moment in time, we're going to get a bit of energy because it seems like the youthful exuberance has been lost a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call upon to the stage Vikacha. A round of applause for her, please. A louder one.
Thank you so much. I feel like the applause wasn't so loud. Can I get another one? Thank you. I want to hear the whistles from the gentlemen, especially the single ones. The single ones. Yeah. Come on, come on, come on. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I can feel the energy. Thank you. My name is Vikacha and I'm so happy to be here. So happy to see everyone here. So happy to know that people are taking corruption very serious. Like, we really want to fight it. And I'm one of those people, you know. And this is reminding me of my secondary school days. I was quite notorious, but just there, I'm sure there are some people here who are, you know, quite notorious, but because of the space we are in, we are trying so hard to look like we are one of those people who can, you know, yeah. So I remember in school, it was time for choosing prefects. And there was someone who was campaigning for head girl. So she came to me and told me, Vikacha, I want you to be the campaign manager. I want to win. When I win, I will make sure that you have the best bed, you have this and that, you'll be the first one to be getting food at the dining hall because I was at a boarding school. That news to me was like, yeah, that's what I want. Okay, I also wanted to campaign as head girl, but since you're promising me what you'll be getting, it's fine. You know, let's form an alliance. So I campaigned day and night, and she was picked as head girl. I knew my life had changed. Any prefect who came to me, I told them, do you know who I am? I'm the best friend to the head girl. There's nothing you're going to tell me. You're so corrupt. And I'm like, no, it's just connection. It's who you know. But the problem is that the person you know, do they know you? So this other day I was late for classes. The head girl wasn't around. They were like, now we have her. I was called. Of course, daughters and them, hey, there's nothing you're going to do to me. They're like, the head girl is not around, so let's see how you're going to survive. Hey, there's nothing you're going to tell me. Hey, this and that. When she comes, I'm going to tell her that this is what you people have done to me. They told me to carry 100 blocks from one point to another, and the distance was like 50 meters. I cried. I told them, you will see when she comes. Everybody's going to be dealt with. They said, okay. When I carried about 50, remember there were 100. When I carried about 50 blocks, the head girl showed up. I knew they were in trouble. She came upset. Who punished Vikacha? You know that she's not supposed to be punished. She has immunity. This and that. She's connected. She knows me. I said, yes, tell them. I was telling them who I am, but they didn't listen. Tell them. She was upset and looked at me, looked at the prefects and said, Vikacha, can you carry all the 50 blocks you've carried? Take them back to where you got them from. What do you mean take them back? No, I want to show them my power. I said, oh. That's when I knew that corruption. Say Abuino, it's not good. She never loved me, for real. She just used me. And I told myself, never in my life, my lifetime will I ever do that again, you know? So this thing of being in secondary school, I remember I used to hate mathematics. And my favorite subject was English. Not that I used to pass it, you know, it was just my favorite. Like, when they ask you what's your favorite subject, the easiest you know is just to say English. Yeah. So the reason why it was just my favorite and I never used to pass it is because I used to feel like it was a subject for my setting. You know what I mean? The teacher will come to me. I knew I wasn't intelligent. I knew I wasn't smart. But the teacher will bring a question and say, Vikacha, you are smart. Add a question tag. I'll be there, I. Like, I'm also shocked. Like, am I smart? How? You know that thing in class where you write a test and the results come, then, you know, those A+ students with specs and whatnot, they'll go to the teacher and say, teacher, but you know, this answer was correct. How did you mark it wrong? How did you fail me? I was that student who would go to the teacher, surprised, like, teacher, how did I pass this paper? Because I know my brain, I knew I couldn't, you know. A round of applause for school-going girls and boys. It's not so loud. I don't know. Is school painful? You're not liking it? Please clap for yourselves one more time. I want to encourage you today. I hear there's Munali Secondary School. Is it Kamlanga Secondary School, Libala? If there is any other school I haven't mentioned. Munali, can I hear some noise from you? Yes, Libala, can I hear some noise from you? Oh, wow, Kamlanga? Yes. Which other school have I forgotten? Chunga Secondary School. Hey, Wamatero. I want to encourage you today that concentrate on school, no matter what. Concentrate on school. These things for having, you know, relationships in school, having a girlfriend and a boyfriend, forget it. You are sent to school to concentrate on school. Because it doesn't make sense at your age going through adult problems. You know what I mean? Your boyfriend dumps you, you're going through a lot in class, and the mathematics teacher comes and says, find X. You're trying to heal. Why is the mathematics teacher telling you to find X? Another question comes and says, you know, imagine John is your ex, and the question is saying, John went to the market to buy 10 oranges. You're like, the same John who was stingy. How is he buying 10 oranges at the market? So I want you to concentrate on school to avoid these problems, okay? I heard there are universities here. Make some noise for yourselves. Wonderful speeches I heard in front. Amazing. Hey, you people are playing with grammar. There was too much English there. I think there was a speaker. The only thing I heard was, so to conclude, I'm like, hey, okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. I think the judges heard whatever she was saying, but yeah, okay. It's all cool. I went to the University of Zambia as well for medicine. Clap for me. Thank you. Yes. I went to the University of Zambia to get medicine at the clinic when I wasn't feeling too well. Yeah. But on a serious note, yes, I was at the University of Zambia some time back, and I didn't graduate. Yeah, the reason being was money. Yeah, and the good part is that when I was at the university, I found my niche. I rediscovered who I was, even if I was coming from a home where, you know, things were tough. Imagine I became a comedian. Yeah, I think this is why when I was in secondary school, they never picked me as a prefect, because they saw something bold in me, something big, something perfect. They were like, yeah, this one is going to be a comedian, you know? So when I was, before going to the University of Zambia,
I remember my father called me and sat me down. And like as usual, parents do that when you've been accepted to go to college, university, or when you're starting a new journey in life. They'll sit you down and tell you, my child, where you're going. I want you to go and concentrate on school. You know the home you're coming from. Things are tough, and we really want you to become somebody that we are going to be proud of. Always remember where you come from. I think that's in every home. That's a conclusion to every conversation. Always remember where you come from. Said, me, even in my sleep, I'll always remember where I come from. I know transport money from town to where I come from is 20 kwacha. I'll always remember where I come from. That's not a big issue. So I went to school. He told me, stay away from all bad vices. There's a lot of riots that happen. You meet, baddies. You meet people who want to, explore and experience life. Stay away from them. Always be in your room and study if there's nothing to do. I said, I got you, Dad. Not a problem. I went to school. This other time, there was, at UNZA, we call it Viva. There was Viva riot, for, in simpler terms. And my father called me. There's some noise in the background. What's happening? I'm like, there's just some riot happening. Hey, what's wrong? They just want to choose a president for the school. But you know me, I'm in the room studying, like you told me, said, good. You listen. I was in my room studying for you. This other time, again, he called. Hey, what's happening? I heard there's some noise at your school. What's going on? I said, there's real riot. Police officers are everywhere. Tear gas everywhere. Where are you? I said, I'm in my room. I said, okay, so what's happening? What's the problem? The school has said they want to hike school fees. They want to increase because the school can't run with the money we pay. So they want to increase. And my father asked me again, and you said, where are you? I said, I'm in my room, remembering where I come from. He said, you idiot, can you go and join your friends? He knew that he was going to benefit, from that. So why am I in my room studying? It means I don't like him at all, So at this point, this is what I normally do. Since I can see that their school are going boys and girls, and then also university people, and I've given my background that I've been to the university before, by the way, not medicine, but secondary teaching. This is the point where I give chance to you younger ones to ask me questions that you feel you'd want to ask. I'm a very open book. Just don't go into, extremes, but I'm here to get your questions and answer what I can answer. Okay.
So I would like to ask, how did you choose your career that you studied at the university?
The career that I studied at the university, I didn't choose it. They chose it for me. By force, I wanted to be, is it an air hostess? Yes. I wanted to be flying every day, giving announcements, pandeke and whatnot. And at home, they told me, if you're our child, then you do what we want you to do. I said, okay, you don't want me to do that. I can do journalism. They said, journalism. Those people who go and do journalism, they never get married. They never listen, this and that. So we want you to go and do teaching. I went and do teaching, and guess what? I'm still single. Yeah, so I didn't choose it. They chose it for me. I think that's the only way I can answer this question. They chose it for me. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I think it led to what I am right now. Because if they didn't choose for me to go to the University of Zambia and do teaching, I wasn't going to rediscover myself as this person.
Okay, I just wanted to ask, what else do you do besides being a comedian?
Wow. What else do I do besides being a comedian? Tough question. When you tell people that comedy is a job, they don't believe it. They always say, so what else do you do? Like, even when I tell people at home that I've gone for work, they're like, which work? Comedy, of course. I'm a comedian. So comedy is a job. The same way people would go for work and have a bad day and a good day. That's how comedy is. But other things that I do apart from comedy are that tough one, but very simple. I produce content for radio and direct. Voiceover artist, Chinyanja, especially Chichewa. Those of you who follow me, I'm sure you know the vlogs in Chinyanja that I do. And also I do project management whenever we are doing industry projects. So mainly I'm found in the creative space, in the industry, entertainment industry. And that's where I get these jobs that I'm talking about. And sometimes I just sleep, at home and wait for what the next day is going to bring. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, thank you. So as you were doing your course at the university, what made you understand or know that you're supposed to be doing comedy, or that what you're passionate about is comedy? What feeling, or maybe is it the environment, or the inner feeling? So that's what I want to know. What made you feel that comedy is what you're supposed to do, not what you're doing right now?
Okay, so I didn't know that comedy is what I was supposed to do or what I'm supposed to do. But there are those talents that you have, that you sit on them, that you can do this, but there is that fear to say, okay, if I do it maybe at home, they're going to say this and that, this and that. So when I went to the University of Zambia, because I was already in love with drama. So I looked for the drama association. I don't know if it's still there. There used to be a drama association called Unza Drums. And we used to do a common show called Kojo Comes to Campus. So I was part of the group during my, my academic years. So when I was doing those things on stage, you go on stage as a group, and it's easy when you're as a group because you can hide, the same way people will hide in people in doing corruption and whatnot so that they are not seen. So this other time, there was a group of comedians that came at the university and they wanted people to market their show. I was one of those people. I volunteered, and after they made whatever they made from the show, the only money I got as payment was 50 kwacha. So one of my friends said, you do well when you're on stage doing the skits, the theater plays. Maybe you should try stand-up comedy. I told myself I can't, because stand-up comedy is so tough. Sometimes you find people are not in a good mood, maybe kunyumba bayamba na, and then you have to bring them back into, that light moment and everything. And it's so tough. So I tried in 2016 to see how it was going to go. It didn't go well. Imagine the room was as quiet as you are right now. Like nobody laughed. At least you've laughed. Nobody laughed. I told myself I will never. And another opportunity came in 2018. And I told myself to try again alone, because that time we went as a duo. I tried alone, and that was the beginning of my career. I have traveled around the world. I've performed in Botswana. I've performed in Uganda alongside Anika Nsime. I have performed in Malawi. I have been almost everywhere in the world, including Kapirimposhi. Yeah. Thank you.
What do we say for Vikacha, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? A round of applause for her once again. Okay. Next thing on our agenda today is we're getting into the nitty-gritty of all the integrity conversations that we have been having. And to delve into the introduction of what the character is Destiny Modio is, allow me to once again call upon Mr. Ruben Lifuka, who is, of course, the country director for the Chandler Foundation. Round of applause for him.
Right. So very good engagement. The speeches were great. The influencer was also great, and you've also been a great sport. So we'll introduce the character's destiny, particularly for those that were not in the Friday session, very briefly, because we'd like you to get into groups and do some work. We'll speak to this in a short while, as soon as Hamulilo and team have the presentation up and running. Or is it Wadi? Great.
Okay, so as we wait to begin, I had asked a few questions earlier to some students, and I was asking what your definition of integrity is. So I'm coming back to just get us started for that. Is that okay? So define integrity. What is integrity to you?
According to my own understanding, integrity is doing something that is right. Yes.
Who else would like to define what integrity is over there?
I believe integrity is a quality of being honest and being true to yourself, even if it's doing something, even if it means you're standing alone. It's a quality of you being honest with your own opinions and knowing what is right and what is wrong. Like I said, even if it means standing alone.
Thank you very much. I think those are two very interesting definitions from two very young people in regards to what integrity is. So the BIM is ready. We may continue.
Great. So how many were in Friday's session by show of hands? Okay, I see a few hands. So we do have a good number that were not in Friday's session. So I'll be very brief just to talk about what character's destiny is. So first and foremost, the Chandler Foundation, not Chandler Foundation. We have people from the East, they can't figure out that that's Chandler Foundation. This is a US-based organization working here in Zambia. And our aim is to build cultures of integrity. So by and large, we believe that cultures of integrity are the foundations for strong, prosperous nations. We talk about high trust nations, the need for us to have high trust nations and not low trust nations. And high trust nations are equally the catalyst for political stability, stability in the market, and flourishing communities. So our mission, by and large, is to build strong and prosperous nations, and we do this by partnering with national leaders on cultures of integrity programs. And for Zambia, we've been running our program since 2023. We've had a program running in Malawi, and we have a number of international programs that we equally implement around cultures of integrity. For Zambia, we're working on open government partnership. So Zambia has recently joined the Open Government Partnership, which is a co-creation between government, non-state actors on different governance reforms. We work with the Anti-Corruption Commission, we work with the Ministry of Justice, and we work with civil society. We have a civil society OGP alliance that are working on promoting the OGP process. So character's destiny, a values curriculum for building cultures of integrity. So Chandler Foundation, working with the John Maxwell ILEAD program, John Maxwell Leadership Institute, have developed this values-based curriculum The whole idea is we shouldn't just be talking about fighting corruption. We need to look at people's behaviors. So fighting corruption by just having good laws, good institutions, is not the be-all and end-all. You need to look at individuals. What values do they uphold? Do you know who you are and the values that you live by? And we want to inculcate those values in people. So we've started this program in collaboration with the Anti-Corruption Commission, and we've launched this since August this year. We had an initial engagement with the teachers, and I'll be talking about that, with 30 schools. But one of the reasons why we want to work on character is very simple. For those that love philosophy, how many can go to the next slide? Socrates indicates, I think one more slide, how many? That the first key to greatness is to be in reality what we appear to be. So it's easy for you to give appearances, and we make that clarification. Who we really are is our character. Who we appear to be is our reputation. So people of character are bigger on the inside than they are on the outside. And the result, they become bigger on the outside. A lot of us place a premium on reputation, who we appear to be. But our interest in this program is who you really are. How do you build that character? That's the emphasis. When you think about it, people do all sorts of things just to be seen. So people put up appearances. They will change the way they speak in public. But that's not who they really are. We want to look at the real you. Right? So at the heart of this initiative is this long life belief that we have as the Chandler Foundation, that instilling values in people, and particularly young people, is key to building ethical societies. We talked about this in the speeches, that we want people, leaders of integrity. We have to start with young people, because there's every potential that if you are leaders of integrity, society will have that integrity as well. So we focus on cultivating integrity, honesty, trust, honor, and servanthood. And we do this through engaging lessons, peer discussions, and looking at positive role models. Mr. Mwila will later on tell you how we are going to do that in this space, so that we can also engage in the peer discussions, the engaging lessons, and we look at positive models. Aristotle, another philosopher, makes it very clear. All advancement in a society begins with the development of the character of its youth. So if we don't want to lose the future, develop the character of the youth. They will inherit the world, they will inherit the earth, they will have the right attitude in their lives. Right? I wonder whether Aristotle was showing the peace sign, but anyway, we'll go with that. But there are other men and women of integrity around the world, and I'm sure you know all these men and women. There's only one woman: Martin Luther King, Mahatma Gandhi, Mother Teresa, Jesus Christ, of course, Mandela, are all examples that are given as leaders of integrity. Maybe other than Jesus, you know that the others were not necessarily angels or saints. They had their own failings, but their character was such that it illuminates all aspects of their lives. We remember them to this day. Some died many, many years ago, but you still remember them. How will you be remembered when you are gone? Assuming they'll even remember you after 1 week. So what is it that you're going to leave by way of footprints in the sands of history? So talking about the pilot project, go to the next slide. So like I said, we started with 30 schools across 6 provinces: Lusaka, Copperbelt, Central, Southern, Northern, and Northwestern, through the established anti-corruption clubs that the SEC runs. We had a training of teachers in Kabwe from 14th to 15th of August, 2025. And the idea was to equip the educators with the skills and materials needed to deliver the values-based education to the students across the country. And some of the facilitators are here. By show of hands, those that were in Cabo and were trained. Those that know that they were trained, you can see that putting up their hands. Salome, you were not in Cabo and trained. All right. So we've got a number of trainers here, and they will help with the process as we go along. So there's some of the photographs of the trainers, the next slide, and of course the big one where all of them are in the photo. But let's just run through, and am I seeing Miriam and team? How many people still have the manuals? Those that came on Friday and have brought their manuals. So the ones that are putting up their hands already have the manuals. So Miriam, let's give the ones who do not have the manuals. Since these are men and women of integrity, they will not get another copy. They already have the copies. I trust them. I have every trust in them. So what you'll see when you get the manuals, that there are now 7 values that we're going to talk about. I will skip the next slide. I mean, on integrity, we've talked about this in the interest of time. Let's go to the next slide. Yes, on values. So just to be clear, on the values, we're talking about a person's principles or standards of behavior, one's judgment of what is important in life. And there are many values that we have as a people or as individuals. And those principles or standards of behavior, the ones that you use to pass judgment about what's important in your life, are values. How many people are from Northern Province of Bemba? Bembas. Camping go. You know camping. You don't know. You have to say Mr. Lupupa at lunchtime, ask him what camping means in Bemba. He will explain to you. But the values that you're going to see in the booklet are integrity. So we talk about integrity in the booklet. And you will have a process of examining your own integrity. Remember, in this exercise, it's not just talking about others. You have an opportunity to look at your own integrity. How do I assess my integrity? Am I a person of integrity? And if you are, you give yourselves a score, and you end each particular discussion with action points. The next is honesty. Show your true self. You're essentially talking about being honest. So you have an opportunity to, again, encounter the value around honesty. Trust. You will be talking about trust. Okay, what does it mean to be a person of trust? How many people believe they're trustworthy? How many people believe you are trustworthy? By show of hands. All of you believe you're trustworthy. Sure. And your word is your bond. All right. Okay, we'll see about that. Next, it's about honor. How do you honor others? How do you honor yourself? Again, there's a whole exercise around that, and we have examples of persons of honor, which are explained in the booklet. Servanthood, going an extra mile as a servant leader. What does it mean to be a servant leader? We've seen people from political parties, for instance, and you all talk about servant leadership. What does that mean to be a servant leader? So you will encounter messages around servanthood and what that entails. Courage. For a lot of the changes that we're talking about, it requires sacrifice, it requires courage. Okay, living with integrity requires courage. There's certain things you have to do. My daughter there was saying doing integrity means doing something that you believe in, even if it goes against the grain. To do that, you need courage. And at times, people fail to bring about change because they lack courage. Then accountability. You need to be accountable for the decisions that you take. Every decision you take has consequences, and we know that. Every decision you take has consequences. If you wake up in the morning and you're just saying, I'm feeling lazy, This month, yes, it will be seen at the end of the month. For those of you who work, there will be nothing to show for what you did in that month. For you as students, if you don't study, what are the consequences? You fail. So you cannot now be blaming God when you get that result. God, you just hate me. How is it that others are passing me, I'm not passing? Yes, you made a decision not to do the right thing, and there are consequences. Even for those of you who are leaders, what you do today has consequences for tomorrow. So if you decide to bribe young people or bribe voters, for instance, to vote for you, don't be surprised if they expect that to continue even when you become leaders and they are running government. You've already set the motion, the whole thing in motion. That becomes a culture. So if you go in and run an election that is clean, you're already demonstrating that this is how we want to live, and you'd rather lose with integrity than win with a lot of vices done. So accountability, we need to be accountable for what we do. So just running through integrity, that's the next slide. Integrity, the practice of being honest and showing a consistent and uncompromising adherence to strong moral and ethical principles and values. And it's about doing the right thing even when no one is watching. Honesty, being truthful in words and action, even when it is uncomfortable. That's honesty. Trust, the firm belief in the reliability, truth, ability, or strength of someone else, and having them believe in you. Trust is built through consistent integrity and honesty. The next one is, the next set is honor. Adherence to what is right or to a conventional standard of conduct. It signifies respect and high regard for oneself and for others. When people say you're a person of honor, you have respect and high regard for yourself and others. Servanthood, the selfless act of putting the needs of others before your own and actively contributing to the well-being of your community. And courage, having the strength to stand firm in your values and to do what is right, even in the face of fear, challenge, or opposition. And lastly, accountability, taking responsibility for your choices, your words and actions, and their outcomes. I love accountability. People insult and then they say, no, it's the devil that influenced me. You have to be in control of your words and your actions. You make a choice to allow the devil to influence you, isn't it? So I'm hoping that at the end of this, or when people leave, they'll be living these values, or they will start the process of living these values. Okay. So, Mr. Mwila will tell us how we run the show, because we all want you to have an opportunity to do these exercises. And Mr. Mwila will indicate how we're going to do that. For the schools, I think, again, you'll talk about the competition. Mr. Mwila can come through and tell us what we're going to do. Can give a round of applause for Mr. Mwila. He's not going to arrest you for corruption because you're not corrupt.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The hardest thing to do in life is to speak after great speakers have spoken. That's the greatest thing to do. But God always gives us the grace, not so? Thank you very much. So my name is Leo Mwila from Anti-Corruption Commission. I have been with Anti-Corruption Commission for 19 years only. Some of you were not yet born. You need to clap for me. It's not easy to fight corruption because, it's a lonely fight. You lose friends. When you choose to be a person of integrity, friends will run away from you because when they want to bribe, you tell them, don't do that. You see that, right? So my son always tells me that integrity will kill you one day. Then I tell him that it's the greatest force in life, but he has joined now. So ladies and gentlemen, before I give the guide for our exercise, I just want to emphasize the importance of character and integrity. Okay? Character, like Mr. Lifuka mentioned, is the most important asset that a human being can have. That's why when God created man, the first gift that God gave to mankind was character. Let us make man in our own character. It's your image, huh? That's the first thing that was given. And when Adam and Eve lost their image, what happened to them? After they were deceived, they lost their image. They started seeing inadequacies. They realized they were naked. They realized they had weaknesses. So in life, you have to be mindful of the people that you associate with. Otherwise, if you don't have a good image, you start seeing inadequacies. They will lie to you that you're weak, you're not intelligent, you're not beautiful. So you spend all the time trying to build your image. That's how it is. So, the way we are going to proceed with our Character is Destiny exercise is as follows. We have 4 schools here: Chunga Secondary School, we have Kamlanga, Libala, and Munali Secondary Schools. So the way we'll proceed, this curriculum that we've been given has got 7 values. So the way we would divide them is such that Chunga Secondary School, each group will discuss integrity. All of us, we have to discuss because it is the cornerstone of these values. So each group will discuss integrity. Now, on top of integrity, Chunga Secondary School will also discuss honesty. Take note of that. Chunga, where are you? Did you get that? So those are the 2 values you are going to focus on. Okay? Ignore the other values. Other schools will present on that. So just pick integrity and honesty. Kamulanga Secondary School, integrity and trust. Kamulanga, integrity and trust. Liwala Secondary School, you focus on integrity and honor. That's Liwala. Then Munali Secondary School, integrity and accountability. Are we clear on that? So those are the 2 sections that you are going to study and come and present in the afternoon. So then for universities, we will put you in 2 groups. So we are going to combine universities. So ICU and UNILAS, 1 group. Okay? 1 group, and you are going to discuss integrity and courage. Did you get that? Integrity and courage. Then UNZA and NIPA, 1 group. You are discussing servanthood and integrity. Okay, so those are the 6 groups that we have. So we have trained facilitators here that are trained to handle this content. They are the ones that will be going around to ensure that we are guided and we are doing the right thing. So these are the names of the facilitators. So for Chunga Secondary School, Mr. Kelly Lupupa. Mr. Kelly Lupupa is at the back, he's trained. Kamlanga, Mr. Crispin Chavala is there. Is trained. Libala, Madam Dorothy Chinyanta Makina, she's here. Then for Munali Secondary School, Madam Caroline Chewe Lunda, she's right there. So those are the overall facilitators. Then for the group where ICU and UNILAS who converge, their facilitator is Madam Salome Mwilu, Zulu Mwilu. She's right here. Okay, just raise your hand. She's your overall facilitator. Then Unza Nipa, Madam Milimo Majila Chilekwa, there at the back. She's the facilitator. So these are trained. Okay, so those are the groups that we are going to form. Now let me give some guidance of how we are going to do our work. So in these groups, when you start this curriculum, do we have these books, all of us? We have got the course books, huh? Let's open on the first page. It shows us the values that we are learning. Okay, where it says Character is Destiny, a values curriculum for building integrity. The values are there: integrity, honesty, trust, honor, servanthood, courage, and accountability. They are there. When you go to the next page, it shows us the 5 steps that we are going to follow in doing our group exercise. The 5 steps are there. So what will happen is that in each group should pick a group leader, or somebody should volunteer to be a group leader. Not the facilitators I talked about. Within the group, the facilitators will not take part in the actual activity. So pick a group leader. The role of the group leader is to guide, ensure that everyone is participating, and the discussions are free and open. Also to ensure that we don't criticize one another, over-criticize. We need to encourage as people reflect. So each person will be given 1 minute to take a review of the activity. Then from there, step 2 will be reading and underlining. So these are your books. You can write in these books. So you can read and underline those aspects that resonate, that speak to you. If you're talking about integrity, some aspects will speak to you. Your heart will be touched. Underline those. Okay? Then stage 3, we respond to reflections. So there are questions under each section where you are supposed to reflect or give your views about the lesson. Then step 4 is self-evaluation. Within 1 or 2 minutes per person, you evaluate yourself. Then the last step is lesson review. So there's a lesson review which we are going to read and progress. So let's look at integrity as an example. I want to show you how the values are laid out. So when you look at integrity, the first page, you notice that each value starts with an introduction, which says a lesson summary. So that summarizes the entire lesson. So the first person to read in the group will be the group leader. The group leader should read this part. Then the next person will read the next part. So if you check page 5, it shows there's something called a pop quiz. So under each lesson, there's what we call a metaphor, or something like an analogy, which is trying to explain that value that you're learning in a much more easier way. Okay, that will be the first part. So someone can read that as well. When you move from that analogy, you go, the next step are words of wisdom. So under words of wisdom, another person should read that part. And you will now notice that after the analogy, there's reflection on page 5. There's reflection. So you reflect. For instance, what was the last time you faced a pop quiz? So you have to write your answers down there. Each person should write. When you go to words of wisdom, these are words of wisdom that have been said by various leaders pertaining to that value. For instance, integrity. What is it that great people have said? For instance, on integrity, you notice that there is a quotation from Martin Luther King Jr. Time is always right to do what is right. And then there's also an explanation of what integrity is. After that, you reflect. There's a question there. What is your key takeaway from this message? So you indicate there. Whatever you write on your reflection, you share with the group. So the group leader should ensure that after each page, each person should give their reflection. Whatever they have written, you tell the group. For me, my reflection on integrity is this. My reflection on words of wisdom is this. Then when you go to the next step presents, we check page 7, presents an example of an international leader that has demonstrated integrity in their life. For instance, on integrity, we have Helen Johnson Sirleaf, the first female elected head of state in Africa. Okay, so we read that, and there's a reflection at the end. We reflect and share with the group again. Okay, then after that, the next page, there are life's many tests. You read that again, another person reads, then there's a reflection at the end. Okay, which of these tests have you ever faced? You indicate there and share with the group. The next page, page 9, you look at how can we develop the value of integrity? What are some of the things we can do to become people of integrity? So you're going to read, another person reads. Okay? Then after that, the last section of each lesson is self-evaluation. So under self-evaluation, you rate yourself. For example, on integrity, on a scale from 1 to 10, how well do you live with integrity? Rate yourself. Okay, if you say 2 or 8, you give a reason for your rating. Why do you rate yourself like this? Maybe you say, no, I still have challenges with integrity. Sometimes I don't tell the truth. Or if you give yourself 10, you give reasons and share with the group. After that, you go to take action. Now, under take action, we want to know the action that you're going to take in your personal life to live with integrity or servanthood, okay, or courage. So you indicate that, okay, from today, in the coming months or in the next few years, I will ensure that I always tell the truth. I will ensure that I always do things transparently. Those are the actions. Give yourself a timeline. Is it within a week? Is it within a month? What are you going to do? Okay? Then the lesson review at the end. So that one we read, and that's how a lesson concludes. So all the lessons are in this same format. They'll start with an introduction, words of wisdom, okay? A leader is presented that optimizes that value. Then you go to your reflection and the end. So 2 values that you've been given, that's what we expect you to do for those 2 values. Now, the interesting part is this. When you finish your 2 values, let's say Chunga, you have finished your integrity and honesty. We now expect you, when you conclude as a group, to pick something that you're going to present. So if you pick, let's say, honesty, pick something you're going to present in a play form. You can do drama, you can do poetry, you can do a song, or you can do a sketch, or you can draw. And there are some people here that are good at visual art. You can draw something that depicts servanthood, or you draw something that depicts courage. Are we moving together? Does it sound very difficult? It's good, eh? So when you come to present, you are going to say, we are Chunga Secondary School, our values were these, and we are presenting a poem on honesty, for instance, or integrity, or courage. Are we good to go? It sounds good, eh? Yes, so we expect that at the end of the day, we will be changed. Okay, so that's how we are going to proceed. The groups are given. The facilitators are there to clarify any issues that might be raised. So that's how the groups will be. And I'll hand over back to the Master of Ceremonies to give us a time. I think we can be in groups. Others can sit at the back. One group there, just like that. Then we can proceed. Eh? Yeah, so let's quickly, the facilitators, look for your people, find a slot, sit with them, and then we proceed. But I'll hand over to the Master of Ceremonies for now. Thank you so much.
What do we say once again? Thank you so much to Mr. Ruben Lifuka for introducing us once again to this. For now, Tamika has a few announcements for us.
Okay, thank you. So I think that's pretty clear for the universities and the schools. We know that for the schools, your presentations will be assessed by the judges and there's a prize. For universities, your presentation should be at least 5 minutes, not more. It will not be assessed because you already did the speech competition. How many delegates do we have who are not part of a university or a school? Please raise your hands. Okay, I think that's a decent number, right? So for other delegates, you will also form a group. Please raise your hands again. Just look at each other. You also form one group as other delegates since you're not falling in a university or school, and you will discuss integrity and servanthood as well, since the theme is around elections. So you also identify a group leader, and I've been informed your facilitator will be Mr. Mwila. Thank you. So if you look at your program, we're running a little bit behind time. So what we can do is we can break into groups in the next 1 minute, and begin our work and break for lunch at 13:20. You can decide as a group whether you want to sit together, have a working lunch, but 13:20 to 14, we can have our lunch. After lunch, we'll continue working in those groups up to 15 hours. At 14:30, I think we can do a check to see how we are progressing. So for the schools, remember, maximum 10 minutes, not more. For the other groups, universities, the 2 groups and the other delegates, a presentation of the summary of discussions, about 5 minutes or less will be expected. Mr. Lifuka?
All right, let's proceed then to the groups. Where the group leaders, position yourselves with your groups. If you don't know where you're going, okay, Unilas, and I see you. The other delegates. Okay. You can also use a foyer, not outside, but I think there's a foyer where you can sit and do your work as well.
Dear Priscilla, dear Maurice, dear friends of Transparency International Zambia, you are hosting this year your 6th Zambia Anti-Corruption Conference with all actors from civil society, public and private sectors who want to fight against corruption in Zambia. And you are celebrating your 25th anniversary, 25 years fighting against abuse of public funds, against undue influence and conflicts of interest, fighting for true access to information for all citizens, fighting for real judiciary enforcement of the anti-corruption laws, also addressing our global fight's new frontiers, such as climate finance, which should serve the people and not abusive interests. You are the leading civil society player in the fight. Dear Priscilla, dear Maurice, dear friends of Transparency International Zambia, you are hosting this year your 6th Zambia Anti-Corruption Conference with all actors from civil society, public and private sectors who want to fight against corruption in Zambia. And you are celebrating your 25th anniversary, 25 years fighting against abuse of public funds, against undue influence and
Transparency International Zambia, congratulations for the 25 years milestone attained in fighting corruption in Zambia. We know that yours is a critical voice, and it has been so. Your voice has been heard at every juncture, calling for transparency and encouraging communities to hold leaders to account. So we love your messages on accountability and transparency. In fact, they do resonate with the mandate of the National Prosecution Authority's constitutional mandate. And as Director of Public Prosecution, I'm elated to look back and see how we've interacted and how you have involved us in your conferences on corruption, which have been a meeting point encouraging discourse on themes around corruption. May you continue on this path, and the National Prosecution Authority will forever remain a partner in ensuring that your objectives are met.
Corruption Perceptions Index, also known as the CPI, scores and ranks countries around the world based on how corrupt their public sector is perceived to be. The scores reflect the views of experts or surveys of business people, not the general public. We calculate the CPI using data from 13 different external sources. Transparency International is not involved in the production of any of these 13 datasets. The CPI includes data produced by the World Bank and the World Economic Forum, as well as by private risk and consulting companies and think tanks. Each of the 13 sources rates countries using its own scale. One source rates countries on a scale of 1 to 7, for instance, while another uses a scale of 1 to 100. As a result, direct comparison of country scores between different sources is not possible. Therefore, we transform each score from the original scale into standardized values that show the position of each country relative to others. By doing this, we are able to compare country scores across the 13 different data sources. After standardizing all scores, we then convert them into a scale from 0 to 100, which we use for the CPI. Next, we simply calculate the average of the transformed scores for each country. The average score is the CPI value for each country. In order to ensure reliability of the results, only countries with data from at least 3 sources are included in the CPI. The CPI results are comparable across time back to 2012. This is because when we convert the original data to the CPI scale, we take into account the 2012 parameters, which turns 2012 into the baseline year. Annual CPI results from before 2012 cannot be compared to other years. The 13 different data sources used to calculate the CPI all measure various aspects of corruption in the public sector. This ranges from bribery, the diversion of public funds, and the effective prosecution of corruption cases, to adequate legal frameworks, access to information, and legal protections for whistleblowers, journalists, and investigators. The CPI does not measure activities such as tax fraud, money laundering, financial secrecy, or illicit flows of money. Corruption generally involves illegal activities which are deliberately hidden and only come to light through scandals, investigations, or prosecutions. Researchers, civil society, and governments have made advances in measuring corruption in specific sectors. However, to date, there is no index which directly measures real levels of corruption in all its manifestations. The data sources that make up the CPI ask business executives and country experts questions which are based on carefully designed questionnaires. The CPI scores generally correlate with certain objective measures, including citizens' reported experience with bribery. To ensure that the CPI methodology and results are reliable, the index is regularly reviewed by independent evaluators. Such reviews have consistently shown that the CPI is statistically and conceptually coherent. Ultimately, the CPI is the most widely used corruption measurement indicator due to the wide global coverage, the increased reliability which comes with combining different sources, and the fact that it reconciles different points of view on what constitutes public sector corruption. For more information, please visit www.transparency.org/CPI. The Corruption Perceptions Index, also known as the CPI,
Decentralization in Zambia. How well are we doing? In 2023, Zambia launched its revised National Decentralization Policy, a strategic framework for 2023 to 2027, designed to shift power from Lusaka to your district, your wards, and your communities. It sets out clear objectives, devolve functions, and resources to bring governance closer to the people. Why then is this so important for us Zambians? Decentralization isn't just bureaucracy. It's a transformational vision, responsive governance, inclusive development, transparency, and local economic growth. For Zambia, marked by an equal resource distribution, centralized systems, weak local governance, and persistent corruption, this shift is crucial. This is why TIZ teamed up with GIZ's ZACC project, funded by Germany and the European Union, to assess how well that vision is becoming reality. The study focused on 10 pilot districts: Chipata, Choma, Kasama, Katete, Livingstone, Mansa, Mongu, Ndola, Petauke, and Solwezi, using a specially developed measurement tool. We derived specific questions from the policy objectives and measured the implementation rate for each based on the data provided by the districts and the 2024 district targets. Progress was tracked across 3 themes. 1. Decentralized governance, the devolution of decision-making and power to local councils. 2. Fiscal decentralization, the transfer of budgeting, revenue collection, and expenditure to local governments. And 3. Policy coordination, the alignment of policies and actions across government levels. Here is where things stand. Since the launch of the new policy in 2023, the government's track record in implementing decentralization has been mixed. Decentralized governance recorded a 66% average progress, with some districts moving faster than others. Progress on fiscal decentralization stands at 57%. What's holding it back is untrained personnel and delays in developing new systems which stand in the way of efficiency. Policy coordination among different government levels is not optimal. Progress is at 58%. In short, Zambia is making important steps in building the institutional framework for decentralized governance, but the core enablers, money, and coordinated policies are not keeping pace. Moreover, performance varies across districts. Out of the 10 pilot districts, Livingstone and Katete stand out for the highest average progress rate.
How did the national policy on anti-corruption come to life? The development of the policy was spearheaded by the Ministry of Justice and the Anti-Corruption Commission through a technical working group of both state and non-state institutions. How and why was the policy formulated? The policy was formulated using a participatory process, and nationwide consultations with key stakeholders were held. Given the multi-sectoral nature of cooperation needed to address the problem of corruption, rooted nationwide synergies are critical to effectively fight corruption and respond to the needs and aspirations of the nation. And what was the development process? This included reviews of the performance of the 2009 National Anti-Corruption Policy, legal and societal developments, international contextual fit practices and instruments, and also included provincial consultations being held with state and non-state actors in 2 districts in each of all the 10 provinces of Zambia. But where did the policy draw its financial, logistical, and technical support? The policy was supported financially and technically by the European Union, GIZ, the International Monetary Fund, and the Chandler Foundation. Now, let's look at the road ahead. What are the objectives of the national policy on anti-corruption? Objective 1. To strengthen corruption prevention measures in public and private bodies. Objective 2. To strengthen transparency and accountability in public affairs and delivery of public services. Objective 3. To strengthen institutional capacities of the Anti-Corruption Commission, National Prosecutions Authority, and other law enforcement agencies involved in preventing and combating corruption and related crimes. Objective 4. To promote mindset and behavioral change amongst the general public against corruption. Objective 5. To strengthen the anti-corruption legal framework. And Objective 6. To strengthen coordination, partnerships, collaboration, monitoring, evaluation, and research on anti-corruption. What are the policy's main expected outputs? Through integrity awards, persons would be awarded for exemplary integrity and ethical conduct, with a target of 40 persons awarded in 2024 and a target of 200 persons awarded by 2028. In the private sector, business entities will conduct anti-bribery vetting, with a target of 5% in 2024 and a target of 50% by 2028. Decentralization. The Anti-Corruption Commission offices and other law enforcement agencies will be established in all provinces and districts, with a target of 10% in 2024 and a target of 80% by 2028. Lifestyle audits. Lifestyle audits will be conducted for constitutional office bearers, senior government officials, political office bearers, and ministerial officers, with a target of 5% in 2024 and a target of 25% by 2028. Procurement. Selection, recruitment, licensing, allocation, and procurement processes in public institutions will be monitored by law enforcement agencies, with a target of 40% in 2024 and a target of 50% by 2028. Electronic platforms. Procuring entities are to be on the electronic government procurement system, with a target of 40% in 2024 and a target of 80% by 2028. And finally, education. This will be measured by the number of teachers trained on anti-corruption and integrity, with a target of 150 teachers trained in 2024 and a target of 1,350 teachers trained by 2028. The government of Zambia is committed to implementing the roadmap in order to achieve its vision on corruption, which is a nation that is zero tolerant to corruption. Download the policy today by going to the following websites: the Ministry of Justice, Cabinet Office, Anti-Corruption Commission, and Transparency International Zambia. How did the national policy on anti-corruption come to life? The development of the policy was spearheaded by the Ministry of Justice and the Anti-Corruption Commission through a technical working group of both state and non-state institutions. How and why was the policy formulated? The policy was formulated using a participatory process, and nationwide consultations with key stakeholders were held. Given the multi-sectoral nature of cooperation needed to address the problem of corruption, rooted nationwide synergies are critical to effectively fight corruption and respond to the needs and aspirations of the nation. And what was the development process? This included reviews of the performance of the 2009 National Anti-Corruption Policy, legal and societal developments, international contextual fit practices and instruments, and also included provincial consultations being held with state and non-state actors in 2 districts in each of all the 10 provinces of Zambia. But where did the policy draw its financial, logistical, and technical support? The policy was supported financially and technically by the European Union, GIZ, the International Monetary Fund, and the Chandler Foundation. Now, let's look at the road ahead. What are the objectives of the national policy on anti-corruption?
The time is done. Bear in mind that any ask of any additional time is regarded as corruption. and a lack of integrity on your part. So, shall we begin? Corruption? Yes, so anti-corruption, we've agreed. So we'll start with you. Yes? Okay, who are ready to start? So there's an ask. There's an ask that we should give you 5 more minutes. And this 5 more minutes, we expect that as people that are pushing for integrity, you use it with the utmost integrity, right? And then afterwards, anything else is corruption. Are we agreed? Okay, 5 minutes. And a quick announcement. I hope everybody has registered their names. And if you haven't registered your name, please do make sure to register your name, as you will not receive a certificate if you haven't registered. Thank you. Okay. 5 minutes is up. We may take our seats back. Are we done on that table over there? May we please be taking our seats? Our time is up. As we're taking our seats, I hope we all had a good lunch. I think it was quite filling. Yeah? Yeah. So, next on the agenda is obviously presentations on what we were discussing. But the beauty of it is we'll start with the secondary schools. And the secondary schools obviously do already have some presentations prepared for us. So bear in mind that now we have 4 schools that are going to give us presentations. Each of you will have 8 minutes with a possible addition of 2 to complete your presentation. To begin, Chunga Secondary School. A round of applause for them.
Honesty is light. Integrity is pure. Let us change our country with these 2 as a cure.
From the great tree of wisdom.
Chunga Secondary School.
Titled Honesty and Integrity. So sit back, relax, and enjoy as we make the great work.
Why did this happen to me? I'm just yet to complete school, and I'm pregnant already. God, why? I should just abort this child and live a normal life.
I cannot handle the pain and the shame on me. I'm alone now. No one will find out.
Mary! Mary! Mary, it's always time to do the right thing. This situation is hard and a very difficult fight. It's honestly a burden we used to carry.
I have walked around places, seeing a lot of dishonesty happening every day. Our true situation is contaminated with lies, scared of people pushing us away. Without integrity and honesty, every taste is sharp as a knife, and any mistake I make, it will surely cut my life. I'm tired of fighting. I want to save myself, tired of lying, and stop putting myself in a curve. Honesty and integrity can save me. I can be stronger than this and be free. Because I made the wrong choice. Not even for love because I had the wrong voice. I had to do what was right when I was alone, when no one was watching. But my character and my attitude brought me for money.
Honesty is not about the words that you speak. It's not about the choices you make, but it's about the actions you make at the end of the day. The people you surround yourself with. Honesty comes in most difficult situations. Honesty and integrity will help you live a very good life and will make you self nation.
Honesty was nice. Integrity was the path. But now everything is lost. Today we have teachers who fall in love.
will know and upload. It shines through actions more than words. A mirror that reflects who we really are. Not perfect, but honest, constant, and accountable. Integrity, the mother of trust. Trust and integrity walk in hand. Two pillars that hold the weight of every affair, every promise, every commitment made in the light of truth. They are the fight for the shaping character. The idea that keeps us standing when life shakes the ground. Integrity, the mother of trust. Integrity grows in the sense created by integrity. Let us lay the right hand where truth is present. Its expression gets powerful, slow to feel but quick to break. A treasure whose values are felt deeply. What's up? Where integrity lives. Trust follows with confidence. Integrity, the mother of trust.
Together they form the foundation of strong teams and communities, uniting people beyond titles, positions, or differences. It nurtures respect, strengthens unity, and inspires courage. Where trust and integrity flourish, progress is natural, and peace becomes a lived experience. Integrity, the mother of trust.
Promotions are symptoms of merit. They are temerity. It's about who you know. It's about connection. That's the power of connection. If and when you are not connected, nothing will show. Thailand, you can't get a rise. Not until you know somebody who knows somebody out there. It has turned into a norm. You will toil and toil without a rise. But wait, we can have integrity. Integrity, the mother of trust. But in the dust, a seed remains of citizens who break the chains, who rise to fight with truth and might, and lead the way with honest light. Might and light. This fatal, these guns are contagious, outrageous, disadvantageous, from haters. Breaking the chains of corruption should be inclusive, intensive, aggressive, and conclusive, without fear or favor, without terror or error, without reputation or accreditation, but with purpose and intensity. Corruption chains, breaking our dear economy, wriggling in parlance and politics. Sure, it should be put to a sender against all immorality, polarity, sincerity, surety, and mighty. Integrity, the mother of trust. So let us choose these values daily. And our speech, in our decision, in our
Make our actions match our values.
and the word much extra. For when trust and integrity dwell among us, we build a world where character is currency, and every step forward is anchored in trust. Can we go back to the times when we were beautiful? Beautiful. Can we go back to the times when we were beautiful? Beautiful. A better me, a better nation. Try your best during this corruption till we make it. Till we make it. A better me, a better nation. You try your best during this corruption till we make it. Till we make it. Thank you.
Listen, listen, listen. There's a lot of goodness going on in here. I don't envy your job right now. I don't envy your job right now, but this is absolutely amazing. Up next, we have Livala Secondary School with integrity and honor. A round of applause to them.
And our values are integrity and honor. And we're here broadcasting. In 3, 2, 1, action.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bachaba Chimbalanga, and I am here from the Libala Secondary School Broadcasting Network. Here with me, I'm very happy today to be here because we have a very interesting topic. Our theme for today is collaborative actions for integrity and transparency in elections. Now, my guests here happen to be very interesting people, as they are people who are key stakeholders who spearhead in the fight against corruption. I will introduce my guest here for today. Right here with me is a very good sir from Transparency International Zambia. He is the director himself, executive, Mr. Maurice Kenyambe. Mr. Maurice Kenyambe, I welcome you, sir. I move on here. I have Mr. Brown Kasaro from the Electoral Commission of Zambia. Welcome, sir. I have here Mr. Ruben Lifuka from the Chandler Foundation. He is the country director. Here with me is the lovely lady who is no other than the secretary from Transparency International Zambia, Ms. Tamika Haluindi. You're welcome, madam. And lastly, I have the lovely lady here from Anti-Corruption Commission, Mrs. Queen K. Chiwe. You are welcome, madam. Now to delve right into our discussion for today, I am going to be discussing, our main focus for today will be honor and integrity. So ladies and gentlemen, please pay particular attention, and to our viewers, please stay tuned to our channel, for we are live on Facebook. All right, diving right into our discussion for today, I will ask firstly, Ms. Tamika Haluindi. Your first question is, what exactly is honor to you? Ms. Tamika, over to you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Betsheba. So allow me to open with the wise words of Ralph Waldo Emerson, who once said, "The purpose of life is not to be happy. It is to be useful, honorable, and to be compassionate, to have a life that makes some difference, that you lived a good life." So what exactly is honor and integrity? We'll start with honor. Honor is adherence to what is right or conventional standard of conduct. It signifies respect, high regard for oneself and others. Integrity is the practice of being honest, showing a consistent and uncompromising adherence to strong moral and ethical principles. That's what we uphold, we as TIZ Zambia.
Very interesting, Ms. Tamika Haluindi. All right, I move to the lovely lady here, who is no other than Ms. Queen K. Chiwe. My question for you today is, how can honor and integrity reduce corruption in the country? Would you please like to give us a view?
Thank you, Ms. Sheba. Honor and integrity, these are fundamental, personal, and societal values that act as a powerful antidote to corruption. It creates an international portal or an internal moral compass that builds an individual's strength, character, and integrity, and making them less likely to engage or rather indulge in corrupt acts. By having honor, integrity, and honesty, it brings about honor not just to oneself, but to also the people connected to the person.
Very true. All right, I move to our sir here, who is no other than Mr. Maurice Kenyambe. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, and how are you, madam?
All right, lovely to have you this afternoon. My question for you today is, how can a leader inspire his followers to be honorable or practice honor, Mr. Morris?
So leaders who demonstrate honor inspire others to do the same. This reinforces the principle that says that people follow what their leaders do. So when leaders model ethical behavior, honesty, and respect, they inspire those around them to do the same, as they are the ones who are spearheading those behaviors. So honesty and respect are the key fundamentals to being an honorable person. So this goes to show us that a good leader isn't someone who wins, who has awards, who has titles, but someone who spearheads the principal behaviors
Very-
of honor and
Very
integrity.
true, Mr. Morris. Thank you so much for that comment. Okay, I move to Mr. Brown Casaro, and he is the Chief Executive Officer of the Electoral Commission of Zambia. My question for you today, sir, is that in line with our theme today, how best do you feel that the Electoral Commission of Zambia can best collaborate with the people in order to bring honor with themselves and with the candidates contending for the upcoming elections? Mr. Brown, over to you.
All right, thank you very much. What I can say about collaboration actions or collaborative actions in transparency and in elections, one thing I can say is that us as the Anti-Corruption Commission, we take corruption as a serious matter. And what I can say about corruption is that collaboration and collective actions act as a key to promoting integrity and honor, since our key conversation is focused on honor and integrity. The thing is that by working together, electoral stakeholders can ensure free, fair, and credible elections reflecting on the will of the people, upholding the high standards of honor and integrity. This involves implementing secure voting systems, transparency processes, and effective complaint resolution mechanisms. This also alternately strengthens democracy and fostering trust in electoral processes. One thing I can say is that corruption in election is not only about entertainment. Many people may be carried away by the things that are happening. Let me say you're carried away by drama, poet, and other things, etc. But the key thing is that you have to take corruption as serious as you take other diseases. Let me say you take HIV as a serious disease. That's how corruption can be taken as serious.
Thank you
very
so much, Mr. Brown Casaro. All right, I move to Mr. Ruben Lifuka. All right, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon,
Happy
Madam
to have you
Betcheba.
here. How do you think integrity builds us as a community?
So our choices never stand alone because every action we take reflects on us and in the communities we belong to. And when we act with honor and integrity, Madam Betcheba, we don't just build individual trust, but we also build trust at schools, in homes, or any institutions we belong to. And integrity in this case creates opportunities. Hence, integrity means choosing honesty, responsibility, and effort even when it's difficult or unseen. And by doing small daily actions, for example, keeping your word or owing your mistakes or keeping self-respect, and mostly importantly, surrounding yourself with people who truly value trust. Because one's choices made today shape their very own reputation and relationship, and mostly importantly, how their future matters to them.
Very wise words from Mr. Ruben Lifuka. Okay, I go back to Ms. Tamika Haluwindi. So my last question for you today, ma'am, is that what are the physical ways of showing honor? Would you like to enlighten the house?
Thank you so much, Ms. Betcheba. And that is actually a very good question, because as a Gen Z society today, we don't know that the small acts we do are actually exhibitions of honor. Allow me to give a brief history of honor to the example of the military salute. It was first originated in medieval England, where the knights used to raise their visors to show respect for honorable people in society. That was a brief history class. But let us remember that small acts of honor, such as giving a seat to an adult or keeping quiet during an important speech, is very cardinal to show honor for oneself, and it also builds one legacy and reputation.
Thank you so much. How I would have loved for us to converse the whole day today, but due to our time, we have to wrap up the show and proceed with other things. So thank you so much to our viewers for watching and listening. Please leave a comment in the comment section. And if you want to follow us, we are Libala Secondary School Broadcasting Network. Please stay tuned to our channel. And on behalf of the crew and myself, I have been your host, Betcheba Chimbalanga. And it is see you next time. Bye-bye.
And a boom like thunder, boom!
Sorry, it's just a quick one. It's not honor, it's honor. H is silent.
He's joking. Okay. Next, the next school is Munali Secondary School. A round of applause for them.
Curious minds and tender hearts, attend to the revelations, reflections, and echoes of accountability and integrity. Imagine living in a world where leaders consider disintegrity as part of reality and accountability as a comedy. Now, as a leader, you must always remember that Martin Luther King Jr. always said, the time is always right to do what is right. Now, I know you know that what I know is known to you does not discord. So allow me to recall this piece of poem under the title, The Cry for Integrity. The deep pit of disintegrity, the heartbeat from this responsibility, blaming others, is now part of their majesty. The leaders they are with no accountability. They only face their failures, but only face their victory. Their minds are locked in a box of non-transparency. The voice they utter is nothing but dishonesty.
Not willing in accountability, as we are fully aware that every decision we make today affects our future. According to Abraham Lincoln, you cannot know. According to Abraham Lincoln, the decision we can make today affects our future.
To lead is to be led, you say, but accountability in you cannot stay. Not listening to others is just saying you are not listening and not learning from your mistakes. A leader with no holding, allowing irresponsibility to fly and float, slowly becoming so poisonous like chlorine on the periodic table, vigorously reacting and multiplying like numbers on the multiplication table. It converts from bad to waste like units on the conversion table. As a leader, you must always have integrity and you must always be accountable for all your mistakes. So ladies and gentlemen, this was the Munali Secondary School. Thank you.
Wow. What do we say for all the secondary schools? A round of applause to them, please. Absolutely phenomenal work from all of you. The creativity was absolutely amazing. The language, the storytelling. I don't envy the job of the judges right now. Good luck. At this moment, you notice that I just said, remember what I said in the morning? So, at this moment, to allow for the judges to finish adjudicating, we will go for our tea break. No, wait. Before you get too excited, hold on. Wait, I almost forgot. All of you have presentations to give. You thought you're getting away with it, eh? You're not getting away with it like that. So, we had groups that we had formed, and because of those groups, we're now supposed to give our presentations. So we'll start with the group that was right over there. So you have 5 minutes each. You don't have 10 minutes like the pupils. You have 5 minutes each. So we'll start with the group that was over there. The representative, please do come and give us whatever act, drama, or whatever it is that you have for us as a presentation in 5 minutes. A round of applause for them.
The rest of the team, please follow us here. So,
This is our poem. Integrity is integrity.
Uh-huh.
Don't let anybody lie to you. Have the faith and don't let anybody tell you anything else. I am KB. Thank you. Don't
please
let anybody-
clap for him. Clap for him. That was amazing. Okay, so from our group, that was amazing. Okay, so from our team, we actually came up with a song. Yes, basically from the integrity. So the words are like this: be who you are, do who you are, because the real you can help you another day. Does that make sense? Okay, I say it again. Be who you are, do who you are, because the real you can help you another day. So the song goes like this. You can be snapping like this, huh? I love it. Be who you are, do who you are, cause the real you can help you another day. Be who you are, do who you are, because the real you can help you another day. Be who you are, do who you are, because the real you can help you another day. Sing, be who you are, be who you are, do who you are, because the real you can help you another day. Be who you are, be who you are, do, because the real you can help you another day.
Thank you.
Well done, well done, well done. Okay, next group. We'll move to the group that was, there was another group here. Here. Okay, so as we're moving, remember that if we have anything that would like to say and anything, please use symbols. And remember that heckling is not a sign of integrity.
Madam President, Madam President, Madam, our ever leader, we don't have, yes, sir. What did Juliet, yes.
So what's your point?
We do not have accommodation. So we're crying. We want your help, please. We have been suffering. Some of us will come from homes where are far from the school, and we're suffering. Every day we have to put on your bus. And
So I want you to be quick. I'm running out of time. I'm giving you 5 minutes, please.
For 3 days now, I haven't eaten. So, my leader just want you to talk to management, to any government officials, to add more allowances to our allowances. And I come from very far. So, my leader, please help us. Sure.
All right, my people, I've heard your complaints and I'll talk to the management. I'll talk to my vice president and she's going to talk to the management. So I want you to call the management right now.
Hello? Okay, sir. So I wanted to find out if you're in the office right now. There's a crisis that we're going through as students. So I wanted to come to your office so that we discuss certain things for the forward of the union and the student populace at large. Okay. Okay, thank you, sir.
So you can go back home and eat your nshima. I'll talk to them. Go back.
Okay, thank you. So my complaint mainly today is coming from the student populace at large, me being the vice president. Okay, so the crisis that we're going through is a lot of students that are coming from far places, to be more precise, Livingstone, Solwezi. So these far places, these students don't have accommodation. They're not accommodated at Juliet University. So we're asking if at all you can reserve certain rooms for these students that are not accommodated at this school.
Good morning. You know, you young people actually think you can change the world. We've been in this management office for a very long time. We have seen the likes of you come and go. So I'll go straight to the point. You want management to address accommodation for the students, right? Here's an offer on the table. If you put this aside, we'll give you a room. We'll increase your allowances, and we'll make sure that your continuous assessment will always be favorable. Even if you don't study, you do study, this is management you're talking to. We will make sure that even the lecturers don't touch. If they can find you with a phone, they won't touch you. So here's a choice you have to make. You can either continue pushing students accommodation. We know the accommodation issue. Like you've said, we know the accommodation issue. So now it's up to you. Are you going to continue fighting for them, or are you going to take these privileges?
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for that consideration. Let me discuss this that you've given me with my president. Then I'll get back to you with other board members. Then I'll get back to you. Okay, thank you so much, sir. Sir, so I talked to management. We managed to have a conversation. So the conclusion was they'll give us privileges where they'll increase our allowances. We'll be given 10% on our CAs and we'll be given free rooms. So it's either we continue pushing for the rooms or we get those privileges. What do you think, sir?
For that, I think, okay, what do you think when you went that side? Was it so convincing, or maybe they're just talking?
Okay, so for me, they seemed very convincing to me. So my suggestion was we just take the offer, we get the privileges, we forget about the students.
I think let's just forget about them. You're right. So what we should do, go back to the student, tell them we'll work on it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes, sir. How are you? Okay, so we managed to talk to management. Management advised to say that they'll work on your rooms. Yes, they'll give you rooms. Yes, they'll give you rooms. Yes. So the rooms will appear on your portal in 1 week. Yes. Yes, they will appear on your room. You know me when I'm in power. Yes. I know where to touch and where not to touch. Yes. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Let me get back to them. Sir. Okay, so with the discussions that I had with my leaders and everyone, we've decided that we, the union leaders, are going to take the privileges and drop the protest for the rooms for other students.
Good, good, good. You've made a wonderful decision. Congratulations on your decision. Thank you so much. So everything is concluded. We can now go. The privileges are all yours. Thank you so much.
Okay, so this is the end of our sketch. True servanthood is not what you do. True servanthood is you sacrificing what you have been given and you working for the people. As we narrated in our sketch, a situation where leaders were given an opportunity to work for their people or them to benefit from their position and their power. But unfortunately, the leaders that were there at that particular time decided to get the benefits themselves and not give the benefits to the people. Thank you. This is the end of our presentation.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for them once again. There's a group that was right here. Please come to the front. Are you guys ready?
So the game is simple. So in trust. So he got what shot. He got a punat. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. So depend. 1, 2, 3. Scusa, sta così. So for now, you probably doesn't trust us. He's been on last time, okay, we are sorry, okay, we are sorry. No, serious, bro. My one I told you, bro. My phone. So, after same instruction, follow the instruction. Don't follow the instructions, you are gone. That's so same instructions. Same instructions. 1, 2, 3, open. 1, 2, 3, open. 1, 2, 3, open. Okay. One more.
So, good afternoon. I'm trying to catch my breath. So, the story behind our small sketch, we were talking about integrity and courage. So, firstly, when it comes to integrity, our story had two parts. The integrity part, which talked about honesty. Yeah, I think from the first time we actually told him to drop, he believed us. But for the fact that we didn't catch him, we were not honest enough. And of which the topic of today was talking about integrity and showing honesty at its fullest. So the second part talked about courage. Yeah, for the first time, he had courage in us because we were friends like that. So that's why he fell and we didn't catch him. But again, the second time we told him to fall, he faced his fears and decided to fall. So now when you talk about courage, we're talking about someone being able to face their fears and stand out. We as youths have experienced a lot of situations where we're told to do this and that, but for the fact that we don't have the amount or that full capacity of courage, we tend to shame ourselves down. Either academic, social life, and everything that's out there. So that's all we had for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know we've done 3. Was there another one? Or was this the 3 of you, right? Okay. Round of applause for all 3 groups. Okay. Now. Okay. Now we can have the tea that we were talking about. So we can go outside and just grab tea. But then this is going to be a working tea or a working break. So if we can manage to go outside, grab our food, and then try to be back inside within 10 minutes. Or at the most, even just come back with the food inside. If we can just grab the food and then come back inside so we can continue. So grab the food and then come back inside.
But if you need research, look at it. Oh. You might come back. Oh, you're right there.
Hello, hello, hello. Let's get back in the room. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Can we get back in the room, please? Ah.
Okay. We're just about done with the deliberations for today. If there's still some people outside, please do head back inside. Where have the university people disappeared to? Okay, I think we've had our snacks and we're having them. At this moment, allow for us to have a bit of another interaction to just get our energy up. Allow me to introduce Gyros and Hambe.
Good afternoon. Hope everyone is okay. So before I begin, I think we'll start with a sketch. And I came with my brother all the way from the plantation. We didn't come arguing, we came talking at least. For the first time on TV, we usually, yeah, you know the story. Abby boy. Abby. Yes, boss.
So, what's the name? Tatega wangu kwa kuturundu kuza. Kanyama, watu ni watu tatenga. Ndara kuchita hapa. We have to make sure that our fana ba bwera pakati hapa. Tipatinge. Titake pansi, titake. Eh. So, maona ndio. Kacha kantu kandrama kacha. Eh? No way. We are on the ground. You see, what we're doing right now, we have to make sure that pachipani pacha datenga bantu. So mzimaiku datapanga maiku dala ndrama manjoku. So tapanga manje vitenge na mashata dinda. Wachi muntu mulipo chabe.
So what about the guys? Waitifuni kuenda na maybe my guys are the security guys.
Security guys? No, security guys. Titenga mena mkombo na fana mena kuza kuchuma na kujaonza datenga wafana bacha. Batisa wakabaira kwa wafana bacha. Tapasa kwa matuku wacha wakabaira kwa. At least you know you are safe.
No. Huh? Simambo na imweni 7-0. Ine, as a leader of this country, simambo na imweni 7-0. Sokoneza bwanje.
You need to be protected.
I am protected.
Just venti kamba kaidi. Wewe unafanya mtu kwa mtu bora bana. Never that sunga. Unaona ka? Wakaponda patilipo, wakaponda patilipo.
No. Young man, let me tell you something. Huh? Ine ne mundu ole mekezedo. Umvera ka? Kuri konse kwena enda uko. Vaziva noziva ti honorable abwera. Might kambochita hivi vamati unlawful cruise na mapowers yatu monga ti sins of any cheater. This is a democracy. Eh? I lead by the people. Vantu avandia vamene vanandivotera ndiye vanandifakapo pano. Why should I go there and now start kuambo vasokoneza? Kuambo diama muri veve.
Because you see, the thing is, we want to win people. Once you win people, you're going to be on power.
We are already.
No, you have to be in power and on power.
So iwe vena kamba vangenera uku vachokera uku nakuuza ti ine I live for the people. The people ndiye vanaitfaka pano. Sininga yes noro one day kuchava ivi veufuna tinichite. The people will still put us pamupando if we do what is right. And what is right ndiye veni kuuza yo. So uyende kuja and you let them all know that ise kwetiriri kuno. Corruption yeve wala. Tavera? Corruption yeve ni wala. Iyo manje ni yako yo. Uzazi solve and work. Inenakupasa drama to do the right things. Why don't you do the wrong things?
Ngabomanga nyumba ine kuti bayizwe ndaba ifitenge na pereka ukuzwa make sure ngara pampando emwe make sure atiso bana batye ko bwino mungaba futhi nayo no
don't worry don't worry young man tiwina tikalina wina hivi vintu ni vatu, but what we have to do is konka chela muro mweifunikira yakonkewa kwasira manje waposhe kuno waposha ku bantu ungongena che muro suposha na bantu.
What up, people? How are you doing? All right. What's up, people? How are you doing? All right. My name, I don't know how to speak English, by the way. You know, I don't know. All right. My name is Shaz Fury, quite known as Hamding Good from Paris. We're here to synthesize good measures for the people. You know, corruption is bad. Yeah, it's really bad, and this is like I can see uniforms here, and we need to make sure that you sensitize quite good information for the people to make sure that when you get that voters card, make sure that you know the right thing to take. Okay, there are a lot of things that has been happening, and we know the right thing to take. By the way, so the idea is to make sure that we got that good information, to make sure that we give our fellow youths, to make sure that we get into it. Next year is going to be a very typical year, by the way. We all know that. Yeah, so it doesn't matter which party we belong to, but the idea is we make sure that we sensitize good information to make sure that we are in good shape as our country. Make sure that we are in good shape. That's the most important thing. Okay. I think my brother's got a better information to say. I've never been into politics, but I know when it comes to good information, it's like make sure that we sensitize good information. This is what I always want to emphasize. Thanks so much, and I'm happy to be here.
Yeah. So obviously from morning, guys, obviously ma punzira vambiri maningi party corruption, and I think ma vangena no sala mu muntu, not that vangena vachokera huko. So I hope Vanveka, we have to just be aware and just say no to corruption, because see mawama when you want to get something, then kwa durikira corruption somewhere. Ero kama zivika ni corruption yachaika hapa. Nafuno enda kwa actini, they were casting for a big row. We were like 40 people auditioning for the role. So paribadi 40, they were Zojuva. So 40 to 30, 30 to 20, then 20 to 10, top 10 tezeripo. Then kwa bora kwa dabu ikati, no, testa feru kako somewhere, mufuni konkara 11. So Joanna number 11, no boro itenga ro. Imagine how that felt. It, see now one corruption yewana chayaija day. So we just need to fight it. It's not only about big people at our corruption. Yawa wakumayadi nachani. It starts it's actually everywhere. So if you have the correct information, you can actually just do away with it or just fight it or know how to handle it. Vanveka ka?
Yeah,
I'll ask wadi huku tibweti kopseko fotanga mufuna. Moneka wa gona maningi. Bwerani. Ni vana va skurucha, I think. Oh, mufuna. So tuzambira vana va skuru. You're sure you have to be in front. So on the count of three, we say no to corruption.
And banana.
1, 2. Oh, my cameraman wari kuri. Nichani. No, Vanare, so we might be arrested. Okay, on the count of three, eh? So, guys, we actually have we have a slogan, but madam was that was tifunikiro pundira. Oh, mwiziba. So, mabura time wanjim. Yes, the same one. It begins with.
In 3, you guys.
Okay. On a count of 3.
Zambia begins with me.
Big hands. Thank you.
All right.
So the guys decide.
Hey.
Monga bwere, guys. How come kulichewa gayo? Kwa hiyo guys.
Nichani. We're so happy to be here, you people. It's really great that we're here. It's really important to share good news. Guys, how are you?
Do you want my prefect? Huh? Oh, space. Nice meeting you guys. Okay. Wakwana? Nah, not my pupils. Mufuna kama photos, man. Oh, it's fine, eh? Waonza? Kulina waonza? So yeah, angata kwani sana nishi. Yeah, I think that's what we came to talk about. I hope Vamveka, and I hope we go out there and spread the word. Actually, the word begins from at charity begins at home. So it yeah, miracle no charity. Vizungu iwe charity, not iwe uziba charity. At charity begins at
Zina wakazi mabubusa
Ni
manje.
Charity ati aliko nyumba. Ati Charity aliko nyumba.
Nimeduanga. Anyway, people, thanks so much. We're here to be. We are happy to be here, by the way. The idea is to make sure that we share the information. The information is make sure that we are in good shape coming next year. You know, corruption is this. It will never be a good thing. Okay, so corruption starts with one person, go to the other person, and then it goes around. So if one person can have good information, good vibe, good energy, which means we are going to make sure that we spread good vibe to a lot of people, not just one person, but a lot of people. We are talking about the country, the nation itself. So the idea is what we've learned today, I'm sure like one or two people, I think big people around here, I'm sure you people, you have gotten something. Okay, and I really pray that you've gotten the voters cards. You need do that. You need that. Okay, all right. So just most of the times I go with the information that one. I think one of the songs that I know, it comes from one of the artists. Mark too. He said at more drama tengane, but in day of vote that me to seven the sun. So you know what that means? It's about the information that people are giving you. One person can come to you and just say what they have to say. Make sure they feed you with wrong information. Make sure that you vote for them. Okay, but the idea is not about that. It's about who's giving you the right information to make sure that we move rightly next year. Okay, so what we're spreading here is not about just word, it's love. I'm sure if once we come out from this place, let's move with that energy to make sure that we move with love. Love is the most important thing. Okay, I'm happy to be here, by the way.
Yeah.
All right, thanks so much.
Thank you very much for having us, and we were from a banana party track panja but this
Yes,
just in case. Yeah, thank you very much.
A round of applause for them once again. Okay, next thing on the table is we're going straight into the presentation of certificates. So before we get into that, allow me to ask a few people to come to the front. Mr. Lifuka from the Chandler Foundation. Ms. Quinn K. Chibwe, who is the ACC Director of Public Education. And Mrs. Janet Mundando, who is a board member from TIZ. Please do come to the front. So when I call your name, please quickly. So we're going to try to do this as fast as humanly possible. Quickly. So when you come, please come this way. We're beginning. Remember, as fast as possible, I call your name, you come to the front. If the person is not available, please just give me a sign. This is to certify, of course, that you have successfully participated in the Character is Destiny Awareness Workshop that we have been participating in today, which, of course, has been made possible by the Chandler Foundation, the Anti-Corruption Commission, and Transparency International Zambia. Number one, Albert Chikumbi. Brian Mungandu. Chris Kashachila. Charity Tumenji Chinjili. Dingiwe J. Piri. Timothy Sitanya. Chama Mulenga. Dorothy Chinyanta Makina. Tendai Shumba. Alice Mpunza. Crispin Chavala. Please be quick. Mukelebai. Elvis Kapusa. Mwewa Nkumba. Henry Munkombwe. Same Tembo. Emma Kamanga. Jackson Mwenya. Emmanuel Kamwanga. Kaluba Mary Mutinta. Stephen Mwene. Chimwemwe Tembo. Justin Kunda. Joseph Mbewe. Japhet Mulombo. Penzi Shikabi. Mildred Matimba. Israel Samboni. Tukuzu Zanele Tembo. Mildred Matimba. Joyce Banda. Roynes Kamanga. Please, as I call your name, quickly come to the front. Teresa Nkuka. Patience Machina. Betsheba Chimbalunga. Moses Akafuna. Please move with haste. Faith Piri. Matthias Nyirongo. Praise Mukanuva. Emmanuel Kosam. Kelly Lupupa. Susan Lungu. Mwitwa Mwaba. Joshua Elijah Mangoto. Boyd Simbe. Jabota Shamuzumba. Josephine Nkonde. Vanessa Sakala. Tandokule Moya. Mbua Kachinga. Lovemo Kafupi. Daliso Piri. Juliet Changeni Chilufya. Rebecca Nanyangwe. Mwande Nonde Nonde. Abraham Chiwa. Lucky Mutasa. Geoffrey Mulenga. Absalom Kapilia. Bright Zulu. Xavier Muko Monga. Caroline Chewe Lunda. Yaya Kava. That's KB. Kelvin Mwesa. Natasha Sampa. Salmon Amir. Robinson Fuller. Faith Chibwe. Mary Mwava. Benny Liwakala. Skonel Lusambo. Nakubandwa Chivuno. And last but not least, Wusiku Mpongo. Please see Tamika after. So please see Tamika shortly. For now, let's move straight into the announcement of the winners. This is for the best university speech and also for the best school presentation. For this, allow me to call upon the head judge to give us this.
Hello, everyone. How are you? How's the weather there? After the hard work, the powerful work, just relax. Everybody is a winner. It's just that the competition was stiff and we had to pick a group. So for the universities, position 1 goes to the University of Zambia with 45 points. University of Zambia, please. Representative. Should I use the substitute? Thank you so much. Position 2 goes to Unilas with 41 points. The representative, come and shake hands with the directors. Position 3, okay, as they are posing, position 3 goes to ICU with 33 points. All right, finally, position 4 goes to NIPA with 30 points. Thank you. We are done with the university results. We come to secondary schools, where position 1 goes to Relax, goes to Chunga Secondary School. May we have the representative? May we have the representative? Thank you, Chunga Secondary School. Position 2. All right. Position 2 goes to Libala Secondary School with 36 points.
Last one. Thank you.
Position 3 goes to Kamulanga Secondary School.
you.
Okay, and finally, position 4 goes to Munali Boys Secondary School.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan, for the presentation.
Thank you very much. What do we say for all the winners and all the participants? At this moment in time, we're coming to the close of today's activity. Mr. Japhet Milombo, please come to the front. Mr. Japhet is going to give us the vote of thanks just before I ask Mr. Lifuka to come and give us the closing remarks, and then we close thereafter.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, Awana Baza. Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. To our worship, Ms. Chilandu Chitangala, or our representative, our esteemed keynote speakers, Anti-Corruption Commission Director General, Ms. Daphne Pauline Soko Chabo, and Chandler Foundation Country Director, Mr. Luben Lufuka, the dedicated Executive Director of Transparency International of Zambia, Mr. Morris K. Nyambe, our passionate presenters, facilitators, and the entire team from Transparency International Zambia, the Anti-Corruption Commission, and all partner organizations. My fellow youth delegates, students, and future leaders, which I see in this house, good evening. It is with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit fired with inspiration that I stand before you to deliver this vote of thanks on behalf of all the young people presented here today. Today has been nothing short of transformative. From the moment we arrived, we have been immersed in a powerful conversation about our role, our power, and our destiny in shaping a Zambia defined by integrity and transparency. We are immensely grateful for the wisdom shared in the keynote speeches, which challenged and motivated us to be active participants, not passive observers, in the fight against corruption. The energy and insight from the speech competition and the school representation were truly phenomenal. They showed us that the values of honesty, trust, and accountability are not just abstract concepts, but living principles within our generation. A special thank you goes to the facilitators for introducing and guiding us through the profound Character is Destiny module. These breakout sessions were not just discussion. They were a mirror held up to our own potential, reminding us that the future of our nation begins with the integrity we build within ourselves today. To the influencers, Bikacha, Jairus, and Hambi, thank you for showing us that the message of integrity can be creative, relatable, and powerful. You inspire us to use our own voices and our platform for good. We extend our deepest appreciation to Transparency International Zambia, the Chandler Foundation, and all the supporting partners. Your belief in the power of youth is not just seen in your funding, but felt in the very fabric of this conference. You have provided us with more than just a platform. You have given us a toolkit, a network, and a renewed sense of purpose. As we leave the InterContinental Hotel this evening, I hope one of the biggest hotels in Zambia, we are not the same as we arrived. We are equipped, we are connected, and we are motivated. The theme, Collaborative Actions for Integrity and Transparency in Election, is now a charge upon our shoulders. Therefore, as they say, it is attitude that expresses gratitude, which gives fortitude. Hence, on behalf of every young person here, I say thank you. Thank you for investing in us. Thank you for trusting us with this sacred duty. The journey doesn't not end here. It begins here. Let us go forth and be the architects of the destiny built on character. Thank you, and we will continue to be the change we wish to be. Japhet Milongo, University of Zambia. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Japhet. A round of applause to him once again. And now, Mr. Lifuka for the closing remarks.
Let me emulate Japhet by taking us to the podium. A lot has been said, so I'll be very brief. We started off this journey in the morning, probably for some of you not knowing what the final destination would be, but I'm sure you've had a day of discovery. This is about you defining yourself by way of your character, looking at the different values that define you. And I'm sure that you'll leave this place having had the occasion to reflect on those values, to establish new networks, and hopefully to continue working together in building a country that's not only prosperous, but one that is anchored on integrity. When we started this conversation with Transparency International, in terms of our participation in this year's conference, it was a no-brainer that we wanted to be part of the youth conference. And I think we made the right choice. The energy here is very inspiring. And I do hope that this will not be the end of your involvement in building cultures of integrity. Go back home and spread the word and inform your colleagues about character is destiny, and leave those values. Don't just have them written in the book. Leave the values of honesty, of humility, of service each and every day. Be the change that you'd like to see in the community. Be the leaders that you are destined to be. And we hope that we can continue to collaborate and work together on other programs. Thank you very much, Transparency International. I know they've put in quite a lot of work to get us to where we are today. It's been a resounding success, and I hope we can do it again at the next anti-corruption conference. I was telling Bwade that the energy in this room made me want to rebase my years. I was hoping I can divide my years by 2. That will make me in the 20s. But life is not like that. It's gone. We had our time, so we can only wish you all the best. So as you go back home, go back safely. Let's keep in touch, and let's build a strong, prosperous country, one anchored on integrity and trust. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And to finally close, allow me to call upon Bright Chizonde from Transparency International Zambia. A round of applause for him.
No. I don't think dividing by 2 is correct. Maybe 3. Yeah, so I just want to thank everyone that participated in the event today. Just briefly, because obviously there's a lot that has been happening behind the scenes. Yeah, so let's start with the teachers, the facilitators, the ones that brought the students and the schools. We thank you very much as Transparency International Zambia. So let's thank the teachers. Yeah, we'd like to also thank, want to also thank, of course, the team that has been supporting us behind from TIZ, because obviously, you know, putting together such an event, there's a lot that has to be put in place. So we want to also thank the team that is behind there that has been working tirelessly for this event to be what it is. We also thank, of course, all the other supporting partners, all the funders, including Chandler Foundation, for this successful event. I hope it is successful. I'm saying it on my own. Yeah, so thank you very much for coming for this youth conference. We are looking forward to hosting the youth conference again next year. Obviously, you know this is an annual event now for TIZ. So we look forward to have the young people coming again on board. And we're looking forward to you continuously engaging with us. We call upon you to follow our social media platforms, Transparency International Zambia on Facebook, so that you can keep in touch and look forward to all the information that we'll be sharing with you. So we wish you all the best as you go back to your homes. Thank you very much. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, it is a great pleasure of mine to bring this event to a final close. I have been your host. My name is Harvey Igambwa. Have a good evening.